أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والنازعات غرقا والناشطات نشطا والسابحات سبحا فالسابقات سبقا فالمدبرات أمرا يوم ترجف الراجفة تتبعها الرادفة. And continues on. It's one of the longer surahs in this juz. It will take us a few weeks for us to finish the analysis, but inshallah we will go at the pace that we have been following, and try to finish it in the next 3, maybe 4 weeks, inshallah. وَالنَّازِعَاتِ غَرْقًا. Okay, this waw, as we've seen it in many other places, is actually a waw al-qasam, followed by the majroor. So this waw, we call it, this is a harfu jar. Wal-qasam. Okay, and an-nazi'at is a majroor because it's coming after the harfu jar. Together, we say they are muta'alliq بفعل محذوف في بالمحذوف تقديره أقسم. Okay. I swear. I swear. I swear by النازعات. And then غرقة. Interestingly, غرقة is analyzed as مفعول مطلق. Okay. بمعنى إغراق or إغراقا in this case. Okay. Once we look at the the word-to-word meaning, inshallah, it will make sense. وَالنَّازِعَاتِ غَرْقًا, short ayah, meaning nazi'at comes from naza'a yanzi'u bab daraba naz'an, to pluck out, to extract, to withdraw, to draw out sharply, to snatch away, to strip off. Okay. And then nazi'at is a plural of nazi'atun, which is ism al-fa'il muannas, one who plucks out, those who pull out, those who strive. Okay. So the translation is by the ones, and almost all translations that I looked at, they said this is interpreted as angels who extract. Okay, and then again another interpretation, the souls of the disbelievers, and some have said wickeds or wicked. Okay. This is an interpretation, not in the, I mean, those words are not mentioned in the meaning of this this particular word, but those are interpreted maybe from tafsir or from other sources, but they are not in the Quranic dictionary, and they are not, those words are not used explicitly in this ayah either. And then gharqa, so ghariqa, yaghraqu, gharaqan, bab sami'a, to sink, to drown, to become immersed, to plunge. Okay? We actually used gharq in Urdu quite often. Form 4 is aghraqa yughriqu ighraqan, to cause to drown. Okay, that's the causative meaning. It also has a meaning of, which is interesting meaning, to pull the arrow as far back in the bow as possible. Okay? In other words, kind of pull something violently or forcefully. Okay? And then gharq, the noun gharq means forcefully or violently. That is the typical translation that has been offered for this, forcefully or violently. Okay. Then the question comes, we did the analysis for gharqa as maf'ul mutlaq bimana ighraq. Kind of the only thing that I could kind of make out from this, it was the meaning of ighraq, to pull something, like they gave the example of pull an arrow as far back in the bow, or to pull something forcefully. So from that perspective, it is a synonym, or you can say the mutaradif of naza'a, okay, which is to also to pull, to extract, okay, to snatch away, to strip away. Okay, that's where the dictionaries gave them the i'rab of this as maf'ul mutlaq, but with the meaning of ighraq. Okay, and more than one dictionary did it, so that's why I thought it will be wise to go with them, inshallah. So وَالنَّازِعَاتِ غَرْقًا, by the ones who extract the souls of the disbelievers forcefully or violently. Next ayah number 2. وَالنَّاشِطَاتِ نَشْطًا. So wow is harfu atf. Nashitat is ma'tufun ala an-nazi'at. Okay. This analysis is going to actually repeat for uh, all the way until the end of the qasam. So we'll see this for all of them. And then nashta is clearly a maf'ulun mutlaq. The masdar is being used in the same ayah as not a verb but a ismul fa'il. And we know that ismul fa'il also has the effect of a fail because it also contains the action. Nashitat comes from nashita, yanshutu, nashatan. Bab samaya again. To be lively, to be animated, to be brisk, to be energetic. And then nashit is a singular, ismul fa'il. The feminine plural is nashitat. One who are acting briskly or energetically. And then nasht is a lively, animated, brisk, energetic. I should have mentioned that nasht is a masdar, okay, because that's where it can be a maf'ul mutlaq. So the translation here is, and the ones, again, interpretation says it is angels, okay, who are acting briskly. Okay. And then nashta, in a brisk manner. And the interpretation or kind of explanation for this is that this is the uh, opposite of the first ayah. The first ayah was about the pulling away of the, or extracting of the soul from the disbelievers, and the ayah number 2, one nashitati nashta, is about the extracting or taking out the souls of the believers. Okay? That they are done in a brisk manner, um, uh, without without any violence or force. Okay? And number 3, was-sabihati sabha. Waw again has the harf atf. Sabihati ma'atufun ala an-naziat, and sabha is again maf'ul mutlaq. Look at the translation. Sabaha yasbahu sabhan sibahatan. It's a bab fataha to swim. I think I have a typo here. I should have completed the sentence here. My apologies. I'll inshallah fill it. Sabbaha yusabbihu tasbihan, form 2. Okay. To glorify, to declare God to be far removed or free from every imperfection or impurity, or from everything derogatory from His glory. So sabbih bismi rabbikal. So we have seen this in a number of surahs. Subhan, again, when we say Subhanallah, this is actually the noun we are using. Praise and glory be to. Okay. And then Sabihatun, Ismul Fa'il Muannas, plural Sabihatu. Sabihatun, actually it should be Sabihatun. Again, a typo here, which I should fix inshallah. And the translation for Sabihatun is ones who swim, float, or glide. Ones who swim, float, or glide. Okay. So the meaning for wasabihat is sabha, and the ones who glide. Okay. Again, a literal translation is a glide. Okay. Again, maf'ul mutlaq. Remember, one of the explanations of maf'ul mutlaq is this emphasizes the action the way it is supposed to be done. Okay. So the emphasis is on the action. The emphasis in this case is on the action of gliding. So they glide the way the gliding is supposed to be done. Next ayah number 4, was-sabiqati sabqa. Fa. Now notice the harfu atf has changed. It was waw before in the first two, in the ayah number 2 and ayah number 3. Of course, ayah number 1 was starting with the waw, but that was not waw atf, that was waw al-qasam. Now in the 4th and 5th, the harf atf is actually fa. Harf atf sabiqati, still ma'atuf ala an-naziat. Sabqa, again maf'ul mutlaq. Okay. Sabiqat, sabaqa, yasbiqu or yasbuqu, to precede, to go or come before someone or something. Also has the meaning of to go past, to outrace, to beat someone to. Sabaqa yusabiqu musabaqatan, form 3, to race with one another. Istabaqa yastabiqu istibaqan, form 8, to do something hastily, quickly, or speedily. Sabiq, ismul fa'il, plural being sabiquna, feminine is sabiqatun, and then the plural for feminine is sabiqatun, which is what we have here. One who precedes or gets ahead of others in a race. Okay. So the translation, typical translation is, and the ones who take the lead. Okay. And then sabqa, a lead. Again, emphasis is on the action of taking a lead. Okay. And then the last ayah in the qasam is فَالْمُدَبِّرَاتِ amra. So fa once again is harfu atf, and al-mudabbirat is ma'atufun ala an-nazi'at. Then amra is mafulun bihi, okay, to the fail, to actually the ismul fa'il mudabbirat. And then the important thing is that the jawabul qasam is mahdoof. Okay. Taqdiruhu la tub asunna. Okay. Some have only said that is the jawabul qasam. One dictionary also kind of added something to it. They said ayyuha ayyuhal kafirun. So it's addressing the kafirun that you will be resurrected. Okay, that you will be resurrected. Again, this is a interpretation, but these words are not in the Quran in this surah. Look at the meanings of fal mudabbirat. So dabara yadburu duburan, to turn one's back to pass. Dabbara yudabbiru tadbiran, to make plans, arrangements, to organize, to manage, to carry out, also means to hatch, which has a negative connotation. Adbara yudbiru idbaran, to turn one's back, to flee, to turn away, to escape, to dodge, to slip away. Tadabbara yatadabbaru tadabburan. Okay. Form 5, to reflect, to ponder, to consider, to contemplate, to proceed or behave in a well-planned or prudent manner. Mudabbirun is the ismul fa'il, okay, from dabbara yudabbiru, form 2. Feminine is mudabbiratun and plural is mudabbiratun. One who is planning or carrying out or managing. Okay. And then dubur means back, backside, or end part. Okay. I think this is a word used in Surah Yusuf when there is a mention of his qamis. So fal mudabbirat is the ismul fa'il mudabbir, meaning the one who is planning, carrying out, or managing. Okay. So here, and the ones who arrange, also some have translated this as conduct. Amra. Okay. Amr, we have seen this verb or thulasi mujarrad a number of times. Amara ya'muru amran, to order, to command. Also amara or amura ya'muru amaratan, means to become an amir or leader. Amr with the plural of awamir means command, will, ordinance. And then umur, okay, the plural of umur means matter, affair, situation. Okay. So here, fal mudabbirati amra, the translation basically says each matter or affair. Okay. Again, alluding to the angels who are given specific responsibilities for managing all the various responsibilities to run the whole universe or all the worlds, and the ones who arrange or conduct each matter or affair. Okay, so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is taking an oath on all these different um, asma'ul af'al. So they're all ismul fa'il by the way. وَالنَّازِعَاتِ وَالنَّاشِطَاتِ وَالصَّابِحَاتِ وَالسَّابِقَاتِ فَالْمُدَبِّرَاتِ. Okay, all of them are ismul fa'il. All of them are feminine plural ismul fa'il actually. Okay, and we already saw the meanings of each one of them. And then the jawab al-qasam, as we discussed, is mahzuf. تقديره لتبعثن أيها الكافرون. Okay. Any question on it so far before we proceed, inshallah? Okay, we'll continue on, inshallah. يوم ترجف الراجفة. Okay. يوم ترجف الراجفة. يوم ظرف زمان. Okay. And they say it is متعلق في جواب القسم, which we talked about was mahzuf. Okay. It is متعلق that. ترجف is فعل مضارع مرفوع, and then الراجفة is فاعل مرفوع, and this whole jumla ترجف الراجفة جملة فعلية في محل جر مضاف إليه, because it's coming after يوم. يوم is a zarf, so what comes after zarf will be مضاف إليه. Okay. If you look at the meanings, يوم we know the day of. ترجف so رجف يرجف رجفا or رجفانا باب نصرة, to be shaken, to also to tremble, to shiver, to be convulsed, to be in a state of violent motion or commotion or agitation. Rajif, which is ismul fa'il, feminine being rajifatun, one that shakes up. Ar-rajifa, so that with the definite article al, has a meaning in the dictionary, which is the first blast of the trumpet. Okay. And then rajfatun, which is a unit noun, is a tremor, a blast, or an earthquake. Okay. This is tarjufu, is what we are seeing here, sulasi mujarrad. Okay. Day of convulsing or reverberating. The file is ar-rajifa. Okay, the file is ar-rajifa, which is actually the ismul file from the same fail, the first blast of the trumpet. Okay, so the first blast of the trumpet. So the day of the first blast of the trumpet reverberating or convulsing. Okay. And this is about what? This is about the Jawabul Qasam, which is Latub'athunna ayyuhal kafirun. You will be resurrected. You will be resurrected, O disbelievers. Okay. On that day, the first blast of trumpet will convulse or reverberate. And then ayah number 7, Tatba'uha ar-radifa. Tatba'uha ar-radifa. So tatba'u and then ha. تتبع is فعل مضارع مرفوع. ها is مفعول به مقدم. And then الرادفة is فاعل مرفوع. Okay. Also, the dictionaries tell us this whole jumla, starting from تتبعوها, this jumla فعلية, this is في محل نصب حال. Okay. في محل نصب حال. Meaning, okay, okay. I think I should have mentioned this is, sorry, point number 10, and this is still point number 9. Okay, coming back, inshallah. So تتبع, تتبع يتبع تبعا تبعة باب سمع, to follow, to succeed. أتبع يتبع اتباعا, form 4, to make someone follow, to cause to follow. Okay, again, causative meaning. So here we have the ثلاثي مجرد, تتبع, to follow. Okay, so follows it, follows it. The ha goes to الراجفة, okay, which is feminine. So تتبعها follows it. What does it follow? الرادفة, which is the fa'il. Okay, and what is radifa? Comes from radifa yardafu radfan, to come immediately after someone or something, to follow, to succeed. Okay. Taradafa yataradafu taradufan, to come after one another, to come in succession, to form a single line, to be synonymous. So radif, which is ismul fa'il from radifa yardafu, one or that which follows, and then ar-radifa has a meaning in dictionary, the second blast. Okay, the second blast. So sometimes some of these words have a general meaning, which is in this case is one that follows, but then ar-radifa has come to mean the second blast. And then from form 6, taradafa yataradifu, or sorry, taradafa yataradafu, the ismul fa'il from that is mutaradif, meaning synonym. Okay, so I thought it'll be kind of good to know that this mutaradif is a commonly used word when we are talking about the language. It comes from the same root, radifa yardafu. Okay, so mutaradif means synonym. Here, the word that we have is a radifa, which is ismul fa'il, muannas, one or that which follows. Okay, and the ar-radif or ar-radifa has the meaning of the second blast. Okay, so you can translate this in a general way: the one that comes immediately after, immediately after, or you can say the second blast. So of course, it's understood that what comes right after the first blast is the second blast. Okay? So Yawma Tarjufu Rajifa, the day of the first blast convulsing, Tatba'uha Radifa, followed by the second blast. The next ayah number 8, Qulubun Yawma Izim Wajifa. Qulubun Yawma Izim Wajifa. Qulubun, indefinite, but it is analyzed as mubtada. Yawma izin, okay, we have seen it many times. Yawma is a zarf Zaman. Izn is ism majroor. Okay. Also zarf. And then tanween is to compensate for a jumla mahzufa. Now, in this case, we know that this jumla mahzufa is on the day when the first blast will convulse and the second blast will follow it. Okay, that essentially that is what this yoma is referring to. And then wajifa. Interestingly, my initial inclination was that wajifa is a khabar for qulub. Okay. But the dictionary that I consulted, they said no, it is actually not. It's not li qulub. Okay. Which is interesting because when you look at the translations translate this as though it is a khabar. Okay. But the dictionary say it is a not. The Arab dictionary say it is a not. No, I haven't consulted very many Arab dictionaries, but the two that I normally look at, the Sulaiman Yaqut and Nur Jaqeen, both said it is a not. What is the meaning now? We'll go to the khabar is coming later, so we'll look at it later, inshallah. So qulubui, so hearts. Okay. Yawma izin, on that day. Okay. Wajifa. Okay. Wajafa yajifu, wajfan, wujufan. It's a misal wawi verb. To be agitated, to be excited, to be troubled. Okay. And then wajifan, another masdar. In the case of heart, it means to throb, to bear. And then hafir, sorry, no. And then wajif, ismul fa'il, and then wajifa is a feminine. That which is throbbing, beating heart. Also the meaning of troubled, agitated, or concerned. Okay. So, so that which is throbbing, some have translated this as trembling. Okay. Now, if you take it as a naat, which is what the Arab dictionary say, then the translation is on that day, the trembling hearts. But that's just but we still don't know the khabar for it. But the translations that I have seen, they say on that day the hearts will be trembling. Okay, they do put the wajifa as a they translate this as a khabar. But for the ones which put this as a naat in the dictionary, in the Arab dictionary, they say the khabar is the jumla which is coming in the subsequent ayah. Absaruha khashi'ah. Absaruha khashi'ah. So absaru ha. So absaru is mubtada. Okay. And then wahuwa mudaf, and ha is mudaf ilayhi. Khashi'ah is khabar. And this whole jumla ismiya fi mahalli raf'in khabar li qulub. Okay. Absaruha. So we know absar comes from basara yabsuru or basira yabsaru. To look, to see, also means to realize, to comprehend. Basir, which is ismul fa'il ala sigha mubalagha, one who can see. Al-Basir is an attribute of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the all-seeing, the all-discerning. Basar, plural being absar, which is what we have in this ayah. means eyesight, eyes, sight, or vision. Okay. So the translation typically is their eyes. Now here, remember that their ha actually will have to go back to qulub. Will have to go back to qulub because it's absaruha khashia is a khabar for qulub. Okay. So grammatically it makes sense because qulub is a plural, so will be treated like a feminine singular. Ha makes sense. But just from a meaning point of view, you have to imagine that this is talking about the qulub, their eyes. Okay. Khashi'a. So khasha'a, yakhsha'u, khushu'an, to be submissive, to be humble, to humble oneself, to be seized with awe. Khushu, submission, humility, awe, and khashi'un ismul fa'il, feminine is khashi'atun, submissive, one who is seized with awe, dread, barren, humbled, humiliated. Okay. Their eyes will be humbled. Okay. You can also put other like similar meanings. One, the eyes will be like the one who sees with awe, and so on. Okay. قلوب يومئذ واجفة أبصارها خاشعة. Any questions so far before we move on, inshallah? Okay, we'll continue on, inshallah. Number 10.
This qulub is mubtada sani.
This qulub is, ask me again, Brother Said.
This is mubtada sani. Mubtada awal is
When you say this, please let me know what are you referring to?
absaruha, mubtada sani. Did we say that?
Yeah, I mean, there are some dictionaries which kind of go with that analysis. I think in Medina books, we have we were taught there's a mubtada, which is the first mubtada, and then the second mubtada, which some dictionaries call it as a mubtada thani, is actually a mubtada in the second sentence, but it is still a mubtada, and the whole sentence is considered the khabar for the first mubtada.
Okay.
So we the style of analysis or i'rab that we have been doing is to take the first mubtada as a mubtada and the second mubtada is the first mubtada of the second sentence, and that second sentence is a khabar for the first mubtada, if that makes sense, what I just said.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Ayah number 10, يقولون إنا لمردودون في الحافرة. Okay. So يقولون فعل مضارع مرفوع وعلامة رفعه ثبوت النون. واو is ضمير متصل في محل رفع فاعل. إن and then inna and then na. There are three parts in here. So this first is a harfu istifham. And then inna, we know it's I'm going to do simple. So inna and na together, okay, are inna wa ismuha. Okay. La mardudun, we have la and then mardudun. This la is a lamul muzahlaqa, the displaced lam, or as we sometimes jokingly say, it's a skating lam. Mardudun is khabar inna, and then fil hafira jar or majroor. And then this whole inna lamarduduna fil hafira, this jumla, okay, is actually fi mahalli nasbin maqulul qawl, because this is coming after yaquluna. This is what they said. What did they say? Inna lamarduduna fil hafira. So that is then taken as a kind of a special type of mafulun bihi for the verb qala. Okay, because that's the object of that verb. Yaquluna, they say, inna, okay, will we, lamardudun. So there is emphasis here, inna, and also the lam al-muzalaqa, which is a type of lam al-tawqid. Mardudun, radda, ra, dal, muda'af verb, yaruddu, raddan, to make someone or something go back, okay, to revert, to bring back. In Urdu we say किसी चीज को रद्द कर देना, किसी चीज को return कर देना, to return something. Okay. And then raddada yuraddidu tardidan. Okay, this is a form 2, intensive form of radda yuruddu. Okay, to repeat saying something time after time, to reiterate. Taraddada yataraddadu taraddudan, to move back and forth, to oscillate. Form 8, irtadda yartaddu irtidadan, turn back, to renege, to revoke. So mardud is a ism maf'ul, meaning that which is repelled, returned, and murtad, which is ismul fa'il, means one who returns or reneges. Okay. So mardudun is from as a plural of mardud, which is in this case repelled or returned. Will we return? Okay. Fil hafira. Okay. So hafira comes from hafara, yahfiru, hafran. To dig the ground, to excavate, to clear out something. Okay. Hufratun, we saw this actually when we were analyzing a passage in Surah Baqarah, if I am not mistaken. Hufratun, actually Surah Baqarah or Surah Al Imran actually, means pit. Okay. And then hafir, ismul fa'il, feminine being hafira, original state or former condition. Original state or former condition. So they are saying, will we return to the original state? Okay, so they are sharing their wonder that will we return to the original state? Okay. And then they continue, ayah number 11, أَإِذَا كُنَّا عِظَامًا نَخِرَةً. See, before I go forward, I think there is a raised hand. Brother Saeed, please go ahead.
Yes, the word in Urdu, mardud, that does this come from this word, la mardudun?
The word mardud, yes, comes from this Sulasi Mujarrad, yes.
Yeah, but I think the meaning that we have in mardud doesn't match with the return.
Yeah, because I'm only giving the meaning for the Arabic word mardud.
No, I'm talking about the Urdu word mardud.
No, I
Marja
understand,
mardud.
but my point is that I mean, Urdu definitely has taken words from Arabic, and at times they have come to mean something different.
Actually, I was thinking this may be coming from the word marid, which is mim ra dal, shaitan marid, rebellious devil, because that seems to be matching with mardud, rebellious, disobedient.
Which word do you think is coming from marada? The one like mardud in Urdu or
No,
mardud?
no, no, no. Mim re dal marada is murid. Marid. Shaitani marid.
Uh-huh.
There is a in Hajj, Surah Hajj, there is ayah bayatta be o kulla shaitani marid.
Mm-hmm.
So marid means rebellious.
Okay.
So marada yamrudum murudan. I thought that mardud may come from this one.
No, but in this case, mardud clearly has the dal in it.
Yeah.
You can clearly see that there is actually a two dals in it, one and two.
Yeah, but the meaning doesn't match with the way we understand mardud.
No, but Brother Saeed, what you are doing is you are using your Urdu knowledge to try to understand Arabic. Correct?
Yes.
So, and that's what I'm saying. Urdu may have taken a word from Arabic. I mean, look at the word daftar. We know what it means in Arabic and we know what it means in Arabic, in Urdu.
Right.
So, I mean, and this happens all the time where a language will take a word from another language and then over a period of time, its usage will come to mean something different. Even Dr. Abdul Rahim, may Allah have mercy on him, he explained how the word, even within the same language, the we all know the word kataba yaktubu. The ism file is katib. Okay, the meaning of katib in the modern Arabic is different than the meaning of katib in the Quranic Arabic. So, the usage of the word, the meaning of the word can go through different transformations. In this case, we are talking about from one language to another language. So, I would rather go with the Arabic. I think I should not rather, but we should go with the Arabic meaning of the word to understand it. Urdu can help sometimes if the meaning is consistent, but otherwise, we will have to go with the Arabic meaning.
Right. Right. Thank you.
Okay. And number 11, inshallah. أَإِذَا كُنَّا عِظَامًا نَخِرَةً. Once again, starts with harf istifham and then إِذَا harf istifham. And then إِذَا is ظرف زمان للمستقبل. Okay. And then it does contain معنى الشرط. By the way, متضمن معنى الشرط, I keep writing it, but really متضمن means contains. Okay, contains meaning of shart. Okay, and then kunna. So we have two parts here, kun and na. Okay, so kun is fi'l madi, naqis, and na is ismu kana marfu'un fi mali raf'in, I should say in this case, and izaman is khabar kana mansubun, and then nakhira is not. Okay. Okay. And then so let's look at the meaning inshallah first. إذا كنا when kunna we shall be izaman. So azuma ya'zumu izaman or azamatan, to be or become great. Okay, powerful, magnificent, and all that. And azama yu'azimu ta'ziman, to observe, to respect. Azim is a ism fa'il latiga mubalaga, great or severe. Azam ismu tafdil. Azm It's a collective noun. Plural is azaman. Okay, means bone. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. It should have been izaman. Okay, izaman, bones. Okay, when we shall be bones, nakhira comes from nakhara yankhuru or yankhiru, to snort, to snore, to bore, to burrow, to eat away, and then nakhira yankharu, to be eaten away, worm eaten, rotten, decayed, to be crumbling. Nakhira, something which is rotten or decayed. Okay, the bones here will be decayed. Okay, so when we shall be decayed bones. Okay, so they say, will we return to the original state when we shall be decayed bones? Okay, now one thing I forgot to mention is about the inna lamardudun. In this case, let me just put a small note here that this harfu istifham that is used, okay, they say it denotes yadullu alal inkar. It denotes basically their refusal to accept this fact. Okay, and then on similar note, the second is a kunna izaman nakhira. The second harfu istifham, which comes in the second subsequent ayah, is actually does the same, but this actually says yadullu ala ziyadatil inkar, meaning it actually further increases it indicates further refusal to this future event that they are asking about. Okay, I thought I should share that with the students, inshallah. So we move on to next ayah number 12. Qalu tilka izan karratun khasira. قالوا تلك إذن كرة خاسرة. So قالوا فعل ماضي واو is ضمير متصل في محل رفع فاعل. تلك is اسم الإشارة في محل رفع مبتدا. إذن is حرف جواب. Okay, حرف جواب. It is sometimes also written, actually we will look at it when we look at the dictionary, inshallah. And then karratun is a khabar for mubtada tilka. Khasiratun is a na'at for karratun. And this jumla, tilka is in karratun khasira. This jumla, ismiya, is coming in as is fi mahalli nasbin maqulul qawl. Okay, maqulul qawl. Let's look at the meaning, inshallah. Qalu, okay, they shall say, okay, they shall say, and remember we are still in the iza, the shart clause, which makes it for mustaqbil. They shall say tilka, okay, that isn't, okay, isn't, or it's sometimes written as isn't with a noon. In the Quranic orthography, however, the noon, the expanded form, is not written. It's with the tanween. The meaning is then or in that case. Okay, this is also covered in Medina book number 3. Okay, that in that case, or you can say then. Karratun. Okay. Karra is mudaf verb. Karra yakurru. Karran, kururan, or takraran. Bab nasara, to return. To return. Uh, to recur. To turn around and attach. Okay. Karra yakarru. Kariran. To rattle in throat. Okay. Karratun. One time, or one turn, or also means return, come back, or recurrence. Takrar, repetition or reiteration. Repetition or reiteration. Again, one of the words that in Urdu we have taken it to mean something different. In Arabic, takrar means repetition, basically. Karratun here is basically a return or a time. So it is also a synonym of marratun. But here, the common translation for this is return. Okay. That in that case is a return. And then khasiratun. So khasira yakhsaru, bab sami'a, to suffer a loss, to lose something. Form 4 is akhsara yukhsiru ikhsaran, to cause a loss, to give loss. So to give less than the correct amount. We saw that in Surah Mutaffifin, to shortchange. And then khusrun, loss or damage. Khasir is ism fa'il, feminine being khasiratun, loser, the one who loses. Okay, is a losing return. Okay, so they shall say that in that case is going to be a losing return. What? Iza kunna izaman nakhira. Or actually started with saying inna lamarduduna fil hafira. So they are asking, are we going to return in the original state when we shall be in decayed bones or rotten bones after our death? And then they're kind of answering themselves that in that case, like in case we do return, that is going to be a losing return. Okay, khasiratun, sorry, karratun khasira, karratun khasira. So they're admitting, they are basically themselves admitting that given what they're doing and denying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and Allah's deen and Allah's message, that if they do return, that return is going to be a big loss for them, basically. So their only, I guess, hope is that they do not return back to their Lord. Okay? They just kind of stay as decayed bones. Okay. فإنما هي زجرة واحدة. Ayah number 13. Okay. So فإنما, so fa, okay, and then إنما. So fa here is her for isti'nafiyah. And innama, it's together what we call kafatun wa makfufa. Okay, the restrainer and the restrained. Ma is the restrainer and inna is the restrained. So they actually come in the opposite order of the name that's given to them. Kafatun is ma and makfufa is inna, because ma has restrained inna from its amal, which is basically making its ism as mansub. Hiya is damir munfasil mabni ala fatha fi mahalli raf'in mubtada. Zajratun is khabar marfu'un and wahidatun is not. If you look at the meaning, innama, only, hiya, it, zajratun, okay. Zajara yazjuru zajran, bab nasara, to forbid or restrain someone by a cry or rough speech. Okay. Form 8 is dajara, is dajara. The asl was is tajara, because they remember the wazn for form 8 madi is if ta'ala. So that ta basically gets switched over to dal, okay, because of the za which is before it. So is dajara, yes dajiru, is dijaran, to drive away with cries. Okay, zajaratun. I think I have a typo here. Sorry. Let me just quickly highlight it, otherwise I'll forget it. So there should be a sukoon on jim. It's a unit noun meaning one, a scolding or a cry. Okay. So innama here zajratun, okay, is a cry. Wahida, okay. So we know we have seen wahid before. Wahida is simply a feminine of that. One single lone. Okay. So one single cry. It is only going to be one single cry. So it's going to be one single cry. Okay. And then ayah number 14. فَإِذَا هُمْ بِالسَّاهِرَةِ. فَإِذَا هُمْ بِالسَّاهِرَةِ. Okay. This is interesting. Fa and then iza. Okay. So this fa is, they say it is al-fa'u waqi'atu fi jawab shart mahduf. Okay. Taqdiruhu iza nufikha fi sur. Okay. Fa iza hum bis-sahira. No. Sorry. Okay. When the trumpet is blown into, then fa'izahum bis-sahira. So what is this other iza doing here? This iza is iza al-fujaiyah. Iza of surprise. Okay. Iza of surprise or iza of suddenness, something that happens suddenly. So anything that happens suddenly, of course, it's a surprise. Okay. So hum here is mubtada, and bis sahira jar wa majroor. This is shibu jumla. Shibu jumla khabar fi mali raf'in khabar. Okay. Suddenly, remember this is a jawab to jawab to shart, which is mahzuf. And what is the shart? Is a nufikha fi sur. Okay, this is of course interpretation by the scholars. When the sur is or trumpet is blown into, suddenly فَإِذَا they will be bis-sahira. Sahira yasharu sahran Bab Samia, to be sleepless or to pass the night awake. Sahir, okay, is the ismul fa'il, feminine being sahiratun, has a meaning of flat earth, okay, a wide and extensive tract of land, okay. And an interesting, one of the dictionary had a interesting meaning for it. It says surface of the earth. What was interesting was kind of the explanation for it in the same dictionary, because it produces plants and herbage alike by night and day. Okay? In other words, um, so the kind of it connects it back to the Sulasi Mujarrad fail, Sahira Yasaru, to be sleepless, to pass the night awake, meaning you're not sleeping, you keep doing what you were doing even at night. And that's essentially what it is saying, because it produces plants and herbage alike by night and day. So interesting kind of connection to the Sulasi Mujarrad. But the meaning here is wide, extensive tract of land, also surface of the earth. Okay. So, Faidahum bis Sahira, and suddenly they will be upon the earth's surface. Upon the earth's surface. Okay. Kind of the translation has kind of a meaning of that they will all basically come out of their graves, which is under the earth, onto the surface of the earth. Okay? So suddenly they will all be upon the surface of the earth when the trumpet is blown into. So we move on to the next ayah number 15. So this now changes the passage now. We are moving into the next passage of this surah. Hal ataka hadisu Musa. Hal ataka hadisu Musa. So hal harfu istifham. Ata and ka. Ata is fi'il madi. Ka is ma'fulun bihi. Okay. Fa'il is coming. Hadisu is fa'il marfu'un wa huwa mudaf, and Musa is mudaf ilayhi majrurun bil kasratil muqaddara. Actually, I should say mudaf ilayhi majrurun, because it's mamnu min as-sarf, so it is bil fathatil muqaddara li'annahu mamnu min as-sarf. Translation: has ataka, we have seen ata before. Ata ya'ati ityanan, to come, to arrive, to bring out. So with the harf jar bi, it actually becomes to bring or to bring about. It has a transitive meaning also, to come to, or to enter or commit or to do. With the harf jar bi, becomes to bring someone something. Ata yu'ti ita'an, to give something. Okay, to yield, to produce. This is the one that we are seeing in this ayah, is the Sulasi Mujarrad, meaning to come. Has come to you. Okay. One other difference that we see is the difference between the ata versus ja'a, and both of them actually are used in this surah. Both have meaning of come. And what the linguists say is that ata is a when something comes without any difficulty. Okay, that's ata, and ja'a is something which comes with difficulty. Okay, now it's not that the stories of Musa are easy or simple, but still compared to the types of things that we see used in the with ja'a, like faida ja'at tamatul kubra, faida ja'at sakha. Okay, so those are much bigger events, much difficult events. So there the ja'a is used, but the story of Musa itself, the coming of story of Musa isn't a difficult thing. Okay, so hal ataka hadith Musa. Hadith We have seen this before. Hadasa yahdusu, hudusan, to happen, to occur, and hadith, plural ahadith, discourse, news, statement, of course, prophetic tradition as well. Okay, has the story of Musa come to you? Has the story of Musa come to you? That was ayah number 15. Junaid, please go ahead.
Yes, and the previous ayah, so you said al-faw baqiyatu fi jawab al-shart mahzoof. So what is jawab al-shart in it? Is it izahum bis-sahira? Is that
Correct. Correct.
jawab?
Correct. So the full the full kind of meaning becomes iza nufikha fi sur. Okay, so this is your shart, which is mahzoof, and then the jawabu shart is fa izahum bis sahira. Then suddenly they will be upon the surface of the earth.
So why does it say fi jawab al-shart mahzoof? Because I can see.
Oh, okay. Got it. So the mahzoof is a naat to shart, not to jawab. Okay. So let me try to explain. It is a jawab to an omitted condition. Okay. Now it does feel like it is actually saying that the jawab shart is mahzoof. No, it's not the jawab shart is mahzoof. It is the jawab to an omitted shart.
Oh, okay. So it's actually referring to
Mahzoof is referring to shart
the
only.
sharts. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so that's why you said that mahzoof is not to shart.
Correct.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. Jazakallah khair for asking me a question, because even sometimes when I read the Arab dictionary and I read it, I always sometimes get confused, and I have to see in the actual taqdiruhu, an example, for me to kind of understand, okay, they mean the shart is mahzoof, but this is so a waqi'atu is actually so fi jawab is muta'alliq waqi'a, and then jawab is also mudaf, and ash-shart is mudaf ilayhi, and mahzoof is na'at to shart. So it is the omitted shart. Jawab of the omitted shart. Okay. So we move on. Shall hal ataka hadith of Musa, and then ayah number 16 is nadahu rabbuhu bil wadil muqaddasi tuwa. Okay. Is zarf. Okay. Lizaman al-madi. It's a adverb of time for the past tense. Okay, that's what it refers to. Okay, and then nadahu, nada, and then who. Nada is fi'l madi, fa'il is coming later, and who is damir muttasil fi mahalli nasbin maf'ulun bihi muqaddam. It came before the fa'il. Rabbu, who. Rabbu is fa'il marfu'un wa huwa mudaf, and who is damir muttasil fi mahalli jarrin mudaf ilayhi. Okay. And then bil wadi, B, and then wadi, al-wad, jar, wa majroor. Wadi is also mudaf. Al-muqaddas is mudaf ilayhi. And tuwa is badal. And some Arab dictionaries say it may also be what is called atf bayan. Okay. Atf bayan is something that was not discussed in Medina books. There is actually a video, an advanced video that Dr. Abdul Rahim, may Allah have mercy on him, he recorded actually while being here in Toronto. And one of the topics that he discussed there was actually Atf Bayan in there. Okay. I strongly recommend you to take a look at it. It describes the it describes it quite well. I'm trying to remember. Is it? But Asif, is it Atf Bayan?
Yeah,
Am
I think so.
confusing
One
with?
of the 8 ones.
Yeah, it is one of these because
One of the 8, which is
sometimes I
not
confuse these
published.
topics which are discussed in the video versus the selection from the glorious Quran.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is one of the videos, correct?
Yeah, one of the, yeah.
Okay, inshallah. So, bil wadil muqaddasi tuwa. So just at a very high level, the difference between Atf Bayan and Badal is that Atf Bayan is clearer than Badal. Okay, that's one of that's one point. The other point was that in the case of Badal, the focus is on the Badal and not on the Mubdal minhu. But in the case of Atf Bayan, the focus is on the first element, meaning the thing that this Atf Bayan is for. Like in this case, it's the Bil Wadil Muqaddasi Tuwa. The focus is on that, okay, and not on the Atf Bayan itself. Okay, so the focus is not on Tuwa, but rather on Bil Wadil Muqaddasi Tuwa. So that's where those are some subjective calls. Sometimes you can use them interchangeably, and Dr. Saab goes into a lot of detail about these rules and why and when can a badal also be considered an atf bayan and when it cannot be considered as atf bayan. Okay, so please do take a look at the video, inshallah. So is nadahu when? Okay, nadahu called him. Sorry. Called him. So this who in nadahu goes to Musa. Okay. Rabbuhu, his Lord. Okay, again this who goes again to Musa. So when his Lord called him bil wadil muqaddas tuwa. Okay. So so nada yandu nadwan, to invite, to call together. Nada yunadi nidaan, form 3. Bab fi'alun or mufa'alatun, to call out, to hail, to invoke. Nadin, supporters, associates, council, club. Okay, we saw that in Surat-an-Naziat. Okay, bil wadil muqaddasi tuwa, and so that there was nada. Al wadi comes from wada, waw dal ja, yadi, wadiyan or diyatan, to play blood money. Al wadi, it's a manqus, so the indefinite is wadin, the ja is dropped. Valley, water channel, riverbed. Diyatun is compensation paid to the family of the victim. In the valley, muqaddas, okay, qadusa yaqdusu, qudsan, or qudusan, bab karuma, to be holy, to be pure. Qaddasa yuqaddisu taqdisan, bab taf'il, to declare to be holy, glorify, to glorify God, to hold sacred, to venerate, to sanctify. Qudusun, holiness. Ruhul Qudus is a term used to refer to Angel Jibril. Muqaddas is maf'ul from Qaddasa yuqaddisu, that which is sacred or blessed. Okay, so sacred, in the sacred valley. And Tuwa, so there is actually a verb, tawa yatwi, tayyan, to fold, to roll up, to shut. But the word Tuwa, I should have mentioned to 1. Yeah, another typo here. Or Tuwa here, name of a valley. Okay, so it's a proper noun. Name of valley near Mount Sinai. Okay, sacred valley of Tuwa. Sorry. Okay, when his Lord called him in the sacred valley of Tuwa. Sister Shabana, please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I was
Walaikum
wondering,
salam wa rahmatullah.
Bilwadi is mudaf?
Harfa jar B, and
No,
then
al-wadi.
al-wadi is mudaf, and al-muqaddas is mudaf ilayhi. Yes. No. I take it back. I just realized I made a mistake. No, it's not. Al-muqaddas is actually naat. I'll just quickly confirm as well. Just 1 second. Yeah, because normally you don't see the al in mudaf. It can happen, but not a normal occurrence. Almost there. Yeah, it is actually yeah. So al-wadi is majroor, and then al-muqaddas is naat to al-wadi. Jazakallah khair.
Oyak.
Okay. So just quickly reflecting on this particular ayah, is nadahu rabbuhu bil wadi al-muqaddas tuwa. I mean, I'm sure many of us have recited it many times, but I mean, in the whole history of human life, from start to now, this is one of the most important event that human went through. I mean, of course, it happened to one human, but he was still a human. When our Creator spoke with that human, a very, very interesting event. And just, I mean, if you look at the how in Quran, it is just mentioned, and we just kind of read through it without really feeling the power of it, without feeling the strength of it, without thinking about it. Like, I mean, what kind of event that we are actually talking about here? That our Creator spoke with one of us, meaning one of our fellow humans. Okay, so just such a short ayah, it just talks about such an important event that took place. So just the strength of that should come to our mind when we are reading it. And of course, it will only come to our mind, A, when we understand it, and secondly, when we are paying attention to it, and thirdly, when we actually kind of reflect upon it. Okay? So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us among those who actually reflect upon his message and understand it the way it needs to be understood. Next ayah number 17. اذهب إلى فرعون إنه طغى. اذهب
So
إلى
the
فرعون.
beautiful part is in Surah Taha, when Allah says, Inni ana Allahu la ilaha illa ana fa'abudni.
Correct. Yeah. So true. I mean, of course, the story of Musa comes in so many different surahs, and Surah Taha is one of them, where a lot of detail is given there as well. There's a lot more information about that encounter that took place between Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and Musa, and the actual conversation that happened, and it's so beautifully described in Surah Taha. Jazakallah khair for reminding. And this is just basically another occurrence of a mention of the same event in a very, very shorter version than Surah Taha. But my point is that it is an important milestone or extremely important event that happened in the human history, which is mentioned here in the Quran, for our benefit, for the benefit of the humanity, and yet we kind of just pass through it without reflecting upon it. Izhab ila fir'auna innahu tagha. Ayah number 17. So izhab is fail amr mabni ala sukun. Fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu anta. Now in this case we know we can infer who the anta here is. It is Musa alayhi salam, because he was called by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So he was told izhab ila harfu jar fir'aun ism majroor wa alamatu jarrihi al-fatatu li'annahu mamnu' min as-sarf. izhab ila fir'auna innahu tagha. So inna and who. Okay, so inna wa ismuha. Inna wa ismuha. Tagha is fi'l madi mabni ala fatatu al-muqaddara. Fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu huwa goes to fir'aun. Okay. And this jumla tagha jumla fi'liya fi mahalli raf'in khabar inna. Okay, that's one. The other one is this whole jumla innahu tagha. Okay, jumla ismiya. It is la mahalla laha min al-i'rab, jumla ta'liliya. Okay, it gives the justification for why he needs to do the action of izhab ila fir'auna. Okay, let's look at the meaning. So zahaba yazhabu zahaban, one of the most commonly used verb in Medina books, I think. Yeah, or I would say maybe the most commonly used and probably the first verb, or first among the first 3 or 4 verbs that were introduced in Medina books. To go. Okay. Zahaba yazhabu, and then azhaba yuzhabu form 4 is to cause to go away. It has a causative meaning. Okay. So go to Fir'aun. Innahu, indeed, he, tagha. Okay. Tagha, ta, ya, yatgha. Okay. Also tagha, ta, gha, wow. Both spellings are given in the dictionaries. Yatghu. Okay, so Bab Fatah and Bab Nasara both exist. Taghyan. Also taghya, yatgha, taghan or tughyanan. Bab Sam'ya. Meaning is given as the same: to exceed proper bounds, to be excessive. Again, there's a lot of typo in this case. To be excessive, to be rough, to be tumultuous, to rage, to overflow. Okay, tughyanan, we use that in Urdu as well. Indeed, he transgressed. Indeed, he transgressed. Okay. اذهب إلى فرعون إنه طغى فقل هل لك إلى أن تزكى. Okay. Fa and then قل. حرف عطف. قل again فعل أمر. فاعل مستتر تقديره أنت. هل حرف استفهام. لك جار ومجرور. إلى حرف جر again. أن تزكى. أن is حرف مصدري. ونصب. And تزكى is فعل مضارع منصوب because it's coming after an. Fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu anta. And this anta goes to Fir'aun, because this is what Hazrat Musa is supposed to say to Fir'aun. So Fir'aun is being addressed. So the mukhatab will be Fir'aun. Okay. And because this we had ila harfujar and anta zakka is coming after that, so we have a masdar mu'awwal. Okay. Fi mahalli jarrin ism majroor. Okay. Also this tazakka, I should have mentioned something here. It is actually asluhu tatazakka. Okay. One of the ta is dropped. We know that happens in form 5 and form 6, because both of them always have a ta in the beginning because of the wazn. Okay. So tafa'ala and tafa'ala. All right, look at the meaning of this ayah, inshallah. Faqul, and say. Okay, and say, or you can also say then say, because the fa is the harfat with the sequence in it. Then say, hal laka, would laka, you. Okay, would you. Ila is hard to translate by itself. We have to translate anta zakka. Okay, would you. The translation is, would you like or be willing? Be willing that you be purified. Okay, so tazakka comes from zaka, yazku. We have seen this before. To seek purity, to endeavor, to attain piety. Okay, that you be purified. So faqul hallaka ila anta zakka. So would you be willing? Would you like that you be purified? Would you like that you be purified? And then ayah number 19. Wa ahdiyaka ila rabbika fatakhsha. Wa ahdiya ka. So wa is harfu atf. Ahdiya is again fi'l mudari mansoob. Okay. Fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu ana. This ana goes to Hazrat Musa alayhi salam, and this is ma'tufun ala tazakka. Remember, tazakka was mansoob because of an, and ahdiya is also mansoob because it is ma'tufun ala tazakka. Even though ahdiya itself is not preceded with an or any of the other nawasib, but rather it is simply ma'tuf to tazakka, and that is why it is mansoob. And then ka is the bil muttasil fi mahalli nasbin maf'ulun bihi. Ila harfu jar. Rabbi ism majroor wa huwa mudaf, and ka is mudaf ilayhi. Okay. And then fatakhsha, fa and takhsha. So they say either fa is either ta'liliya, giving a justification, or au harfu atf. Okay. And if it is fa ta'liliya, then of course this jumla itself, takhsha, is ta'liliya. And if it is harf atf, then it is ma'tuf ala jumla sabiqa. You know the meaning? Wa ahdiyaka. So we know the meaning of hada yahdi. Okay. Hadal hada yahdi, hidyan, to guide. And then so ahdi is in the mudare form. It is that, and I, meaning as Musa, guide you. You goes to Fir'aun. I guide you to your Lord. I guide to your Lord. Fataksha. Okay. Okay. Fataksha. So fa can be in order that you taksha, or and you, or then you taksha. Okay. What is the meaning of taksha? We have seen that before. Khashya yaksha, khashan, to fear, to dread, to stand in awe of. Okay. Taksha. So you would fear. So you would fear. Okay. Fear who? Implicitly it means fear your Lord, meaning Allah. Yes. So you would fear your Lord. I forgot to analyze taksha actually. I should have done it. Taksha is fi'l mudare, marfu, fa'il mustatir, taqdiruhu anta, and this anta goes to Fir'aun. Okay. All right. Let's look at where we are so far. Hal ataka hadithu Musa. Has the story of Musa come to you? Is nadahu rabbuhu bil wadil muqaddasi tuwa. When his Lord called him, meaning Musa, in the valley, in the sacred valley of Tuwa, izhab ila fir'auna innahu tagha. Okay, go to Fir'aun. Indeed, he has transgressed. He has transgressed. Faqul hal laka ila an tazakka. And or then say what? And I should have mentioned here. Hal laka. So this hal laka, this jumla. Okay. This jumla is fi mahalli nasbin maqulul qawl. This is what as Musa was told to say to Fir'aun. Hal laka ila an tazakka. Would you be willing? Would you like that you be purified? Wa ahdiyaka ila rabbika fatakhsha. And that I guide you to your Lord, so you would fear. So you would fear, implicitly meaning your Lord. All right. فَأَرَاهُ الْآيَةَ الْكُبْرَى. فَأَرَاهُ الْآيَةَ الْكُبْرَى. فَأَرَى, and then who? Fa is arfa'at. Ara is fail madi. Fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu ana. Again goes to Musa alayhi salam, who is actually, to be honest, I should not say it goes to Musa. It may actually go to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Most likely it goes to Allah subhanahu. Just one second. I think I'm making a mistake here. Let me just quickly confirm. Just one second. No, that it's not ana, it is actually huwa. Yeah. Okay. فَأَرَاهُ الْآيَةَ الْكُبْرَى. And the Arab dictionary says it actually goes to Ya'udu ala Musa alayhi salam. Okay. And then who is maf'ulun bihi? Number 1. And ayatal is maf'ulun bihi. Number 2. And kubra is naat. So ra'a yara, we have seen it before. Ra'a al-basariya, to see. Ra'a al-qalabiyya, to think, to deem. Requires two maf'ulun bihi for that. And then you have form 4, which is ara yuri. Ara yuri, okay. Ira'atan, to show something to someone. So this is doubly transitive. That's what we are seeing here. This is a form 4 for arahu. Okay. Then he showed him. Then he, meaning Musa, showed him, meaning Fir'aun, al-ayat. Okay. Ayah we have seen before. Ayat, signs, the signs. Okay. Al-kubra, great. Okay. Then he showed him great signs. Okay. Great signs of his Lord. All right. Moving on to next ayah. فَكَذَّبَ وَعَصَى. فَكَذَّبَ وَعَصَى. فَكَذَّبَ وَعَصَى. حرف عطف. كذب فعل ماضي مبني على فتحة فاعل مستتر تقديره هو, goes to فرعون. Again, same analysis for this as well. Actually, حرف عطف again. And عصا is فعل ماضي. And فاعل مستتر تقديره هو, and it is معطوف على كذب. Okay. So كذب يكذب تكذيبا, to deny. Okay, to refute. But he denied. But he denied. And عصى عين صاد يا يعصي عصيا معصية عصيانا باب ضرب, to disobey, to defy, to refuse, to rebel. Okay, and disobeyed, and he disobeyed. Okay, he denied and he disobeyed. ثم أدبر يسعى. ثم أدبر يسعى. ثم حرف عطف. أدبر فعل ماضي مبني على فتحة فاعل مستتر تقديره هو, goes to فرعون again. And then يسعى فعل مضارع مرفوع فاعل مستتر تقديره هو. And this جملة يسعى جملة فعلية في محل نصب حال. Okay, حال من فاعل أدبر. It is a hal where the sahibul hal is the file of adbara. And then adbara yas'a is coming after harf atf. So this is this jumla. Jumla again fi'liya ma'tufun ala kazzaba. Okay. Summa, then adbara. Okay. Interestingly, this we have seen it before. When we think fal mudabbirati amra, the root is the same. Dabara yadburu duburan. Okay, to turn one's back, to pass. Dabbara yudabbiru tadbiran. Okay, to make plans. Adbara yudbiru idbaran, form 4, to turn one's back, to flee, to run away, to escape, okay, to slip away. Tadabbara yatadabbaru tadabburan, to reflect, to ponder, to consider. Very interesting meanings from this root, and then mudabbir, which is the ism fa'il from dabbara yudabbiru, one who is planning, carrying out, or managing. That's what we saw before. And then dubur is back or backside or end part. Here adbara is form 4, to turn one's back. Okay. Summa adbara, then he turned away. Yas'a, sa'a, yas'a, we have seen it before. To strive, to endeavor, striving. Striving. Okay. Interesting. This sa'a, yas'a will come later in this surah as well. Yawma yatazakkaru al-insanu ma sa'a. Okay, the day when mankind or man will remember what he strove, what he endeavored. Interestingly, on that day, Fir'aun will also see what he endeavored. What he was endeavoring was that he was basically doing everything aligned with disobeying and denying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So all of his sa'i was in that line. So he will actually remember that. May Allah protect us from being among those. So we continue on the next ayah, ayah number 23. Fahashara fanada. Okay. Fahashara fanada. Fa again is harf atf. Hashara is fi'l madi mabni ala fatha. Fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu huwa. This goes to again to Fir'aun. And again, because hashara is followed by is preceded by harf atf fa, this is ma'tufun ala kazaba. Okay. Also, so meaning his gathering or his action of gathering people is also related to his denial. Fanada, again harf atf, and nada is fi'l madi mabni ala fathatul muqaddara, fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu huwa, and again ma'tufun ala kazaba. In terms of meaning, hashara, hashara yahshiru or yahshuru, hashran, to assemble, to gather, to drive towards a place or a quarter. Hashrun, used both as a verbal noun and noun. Gathering also means raising from dead. Assembly or migration. So fahashara means then he gathered. Then he gathered. Gathered who? There is implication. Basically his people. Okay, the public on which he used to rule at the time. Fanada. Okay. Nada junadi, form 3 we saw it before. Is nadahu rabbahu bil wadi al muqaddas tuwa, is to call out, and he called out. And he called out. Okay. What did he call out? That's mentioned in the next ayah. فَقَالَ أَنَا رَبُّكُمُ الْأَعْلَى. Okay. Fa, again harf atf. قال في الماضي مبني على فتحة. فاعل مستتر تقديره هو. أنا is ضمير منفصل مبني على سكون في محل رفع مبتدا. ربكم, ربو is خبر وهو مضاف, and kum is مضاف إليه, and أعلى is نعت li Rab. Okay. And this jumla, Ana Rabbukumul A'la, this jumla, ismiya, fi mahalli nasbin maqulul qawl, because coming after qala, this is what he said. And this jumla, qala ana rabbukum. So this jumla failure. Okay, this is ma'tufun ala kazzaba. So this his all the actions which are connected to kazzaba continue on. Okay. وَقَالَ أَنَا رَبُّكُمُ الْأَعْلَى. Okay. And he said, what did he say? I, okay, Rabbukum, am your Lord. Okay. A'la. Okay. We have seen this before. Ala, Ain, Lam, Waw, Ya'alu, Uluwan. To be high, elevated. Ta'ala, Yata'ala, Ta'alan. This is said of God to be sublime, to become exalted. Ta'ala. It's only used as imperative verb, means come. And then A'la is ismu tafdeel, higher or highest, and Al-A'la is an attribute of God, the most high, the most sublime. Now, in this particular case, this is not and the attribute of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is actually definite because it is a naat to a definite noun, Rabbu, because this is a claim that Fir'aun was making. Okay, so I am your Lord, the most high. This is his claim. This was his claim. Okay. All right, moving on to the next ayah, ayah number 25. فَأَخَذَهُ اللَّهُ نَكَالَ الْآخِرَةِ وَالْأُولَى. Okay. Fa harf atf, akhadha, and then who, 3 words. Harf atf, akhadha, fail madi, mabni ala fatha, file is coming later. Who is damir muttasil fi mahali nasbin maf'ulun bihi. Allahu, lafz jalala, coming here as fa'il. Nakala, okay, nakala is maf'ulun mutlaq. Okay, and we'll talk about it. It has a I'll have to share with you, I guess, on a later time, what is the reason for it to be maf'ul mutlaq. I had a question mark there and I forgot to actually fill in the question mark, but it is analyzed as maf'ul mutlaq by multiple Arab dictionaries. Wa huwa mudaf, and akhirati is mudaf ilayhi. And then wal ula, harfu atf. And ula is ma'atufun ala al-akhirah. Okay. If you look at the meanings, akhadha, ya'khudhu, to take with one's hand, take hold of, to overpower, to obtain, to overwhelm, to overtake. Okay. Of course, there is a form 3 also, which is akhadha, yu'akhidhu mu'akhadhatan, to hold, to account. Okay. And then there's a form 8, ittakhadha yattakhidhu, ittikhazan, to take for oneself, to take something as. Okay. So in this case, this is the salasi mujarrad, akhadha. Okay. To take hold of. Okay. The common translation I have seen is, okay, فَأَخَذَ, but seized him. Who? Allah. Allah seized him. nakala, nakala yankilu, naklatan. To make an example of, to punish severely, to teach someone a lesson. With the masdar naklan, but the same spelling of Madi Mudare Nakala Yankilu Naklan means to break an agreement or a contract. Also has a different spelling, Nakala Yankilu or Yan Kulu with a masdar of Nukulan or Nakila Yankalu, Bab Sami'a, Nakalan, to recoil, to shrink, to desist. Nakala Yunakkilu Tankilan, to punish severely, to punish incrementally and continuously. Nakalun, warning, lesson, example, punishment. Okay. Allah took, seized him as an example. Okay. Actually, I shouldn't say as an example, as the example. It's definite, as the example. Al-Akhirah, in the hereafter. And the first life, meaning the current life, basically. Okay. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will seize him as an example in the hereafter and also in this life as well, inshallah. But Junaid, please go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, the question is from a few ayahs before, so it's from ayah 22.
Okay.
Summa
I'll go back.
adbara yas'a.
Yeah.
So is that construction like we have seen before, where there is Madi and Mudare side by side without any atf in between?
Yeah, that's possible. But in this case, the question is what's the relationship between them? So in this case, the Madi is basically is the main sentence. Adbara. Okay. So he turned away. Okay. And then Yas'a is is simply describing the condition in which he turned away. That's where we say that the Yas'a is a Jumla Failya, which is coming as a hal for Adbara.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is possible, yes. No, for Haliya sentence to come, it can come with a vowel hal, or it can come without a vowel hal. So I mean, there is no hard requirement for the Jumla Haliya to be preceded with a vowel.
Yeah, so it makes perfect sense now, because I missed the note on hal that it's actually hal, because that was my question, is how, because it's actually describing that condition.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Saeed, please go ahead.
Yes, I think hashara is matuf to adbara, not kazaba.
I think I've talked about it before, but Saeed, there are two different styles of ma'tuf that the dictionaries use. One is that it's ma'tuf if you have a string of different things, okay? Then they say it is ma'tuf to the one which is closest to it, or they say the others say it is ma'tuf to the first one in the sequence.
No, but in this case, the meaning wise, it seems to be adbara, because this Pharaoh, he turned back and he thought about it and he strived and then he gathered people, so it's more close to adbara.
When you say more close to adbara, in what sense you're saying more close to
Because
adbara?
he first kazaba and asa, and then he adbara, and then after adbara he did hashara. So in sequence wise, hashara is matuf to adbara, and this is what Salman Yaqub says too. Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. I think it's and what is what are they saying? Adbara is ma'tuf to asa or kazzaba?
I can take a look. Adbara is
They're saying ma'tuf to
is
kazzaba.
matuf to kazaba.
Kazzaba.
Yes.
Okay. And then they are saying hashara is ma'tuf
To adbara.
adbara. Okay. Let me just quickly check the Nurul Yaqeen as well, just to make sure. Jumla adbara. Okay. Just 1 second.
Because they're happening in sequence.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It is in this case because of the specific meaning. It is ma'tuf to adbara. Sorry, adbara. Jazakallah khair. And then I guess the next one will be waqala ana rabbukum al-a'la. That one will be ma'tuf to nada. No, wait a minute. And then we have to also fix this one as well. Nada will be ala hashara. And this one will be ma'tuf to nada. To Sulman Yaqut. Okay, Jazakallah khair with the Said. Okay, moving on, ayah number 26. Inna fi dhalika la'ibratan liman yakhsha. Inna, we know harf tawkid ibn nasbin. Fi harf jar, dhalika ism majroor. Together, they are khabar inna muqaddam la'ibratan la, then ibratan la is lamul mudahalaqa. Ibratan is ismu inna. And then liman, again to jar wa majroor. Together, they are coming as naat li ibra. And by the way, man was al-mawsula. So yakhsha is fi'l mudari مرفوع بالضمة المقدرة فاعل مستتر تقديره هو. Okay, and this huwa is actually the a'id that goes back to man, and this is silatul mawsul. Okay, meaning indeed fi in zalika that la ibra. Okay, so abara ya'buru abran uburan, to cross, to traverse, to pass. Also has the meaning of to interpret the dreams. Ibratun, the noun, means admonition, warning, example, or lesson. Okay. Indeed, in that is a lesson. Liman yakhsha. Okay, for the one who yakhsha. Khashya yakhsha, we have seen it before. Fears. Okay, the one who fears. That was ayah number 26. Before I go further, I definitely want to bring up an interesting aspect that there seems to be some difference in scholars about the analysis of this this lam, okay, that we have been analyzing as lamul muzahlaqa, but there seems to be a difference of opinion among the scholars. So I think if we can just spend a little bit of time on what that difference is. So just prepare a few notes on it and try to gather the gist of what's going on. So if you look at a simple sentence, okay, ar-rajulu fil bayti, okay. So on the right hand side here, what I'm doing is, this is a sentence without introducing all these sentences that you will see they don't have lam. Okay, lamu taqid is not there. Okay. So actually, yeah, before I even go there, let me there's another thing I should actually explain just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Okay. So you have lamu taqid. Yeah. Okay. And there are two types of lamu taqid. There is a lamul ibtida, and the second one is a lamul muzahlaqa. So I think their meaning are understood, but I'll just quickly write anyways. Lam of emphasis, and lamul ibtida is lam of beginning, and lamul muzahlaqa is the displaced lam. Okay, both lamul ibtida and lamul muzahlaqa both are of type lamu taqid. Lamu taqid. What does that mean? That both lamul ibtida and lamul muzahlaqa are lam of emphasis. Okay, so there is no dispute on that. By the way, that all the scholars, whatever I have seen, have agreement on that. The only difference is in certain cases, some scholars say it is lamu ibtida, some say it is lamul muzahlaqa, and we will talk about where the difference is. So again, going back to this page, ar-rajulu fil bayti on the right hand side, this is your sentence with no lam. Okay. If I have to bring a lamu taqid in it, then I will put it in the beginning. Okay. Lar rajulu fil bayti. Lar rajulu fil bayti. So this will bring more emphasis to the sentence. Okay. Certainly there is the man is in the house. Another example, now if I bring an inna in there, inna rajula, because ismu inna is mansub, fil bayti. Indeed, the man is in the house. Okay. Now, if I have to now introduce the lam in there, I cannot put it in the beginning of ar-rajul because inna is already there. Okay. Inna doesn't like the lam of taqid to be right next to it. Okay. Because inna itself is harf of emphasis. It doesn't allow another harf of emphasis to be right next to it. So it forces that lam which was in the beginning to a subsequent place in the sentence. So inna rajula lafil bayti. Lafil bayti. In this case, this is lamul muzahlaqa. Here it was lamul ibtada. Here is lamul muzahlaqa. So no difference among scholars on this. So they still call this in lafi lamul muzahlaqa because it has clearly been displaced. Now we go to another sentence. Okay, fil bayti rajulun. This is the indefinite. Now we know that according to the rules of mubtada and khabar, if your khabar is a prepositional phrase and your mubtada is indefinite, then mubtada has to come late. Okay, so we cannot say rajulun fil bayti. We have to say fil bayti rajulun. Now in this case, if we have to bring lamu taqid, where will we put it? Will we put it in lafil bayti rajulun, or will we put it in fil bayti la rajulun? Okay, so that's a question. And if we can find an answer to this, I think maybe that can help us understand. I don't have an answer for that right now. Okay, because one point of view would be that it should, the lamul ibtada should stay with the mubtada. Ibtada, mubtada should stay with this. Other one will be that it should be at the beginning of the sentence, which is fil bayti, so it should be lafi al bayti. Okay. So that is a unresolved mystery in my head. I've not been able to find a sentence in Quran which can help us with this answer. Then we have inna. Now in the same sentence, if we put inna fil bayti rajulan. Rajulan is ismu inna, mansubun, coming late. Fil bayti is jar majrur shibh jumla, khabar inna. So and there are many sentences in Quran which are in this format. Inna fil bayti la rajulan. Okay. And this is where the dispute is. In this case, some scholars say that this lam is lamul ibtada. Some say it is lamul muzahalaqa. Some say it is lamul ibtada. Some say it is lamul muzahalaqa. And I'll share with you some of different scholars what they are saying on this. Okay. Let's go back to what Dr. Sab say about this. This is an excerpt from Dr. Sab's Medina book. This is actually book 3. Forgot the page number. He says, we have seen Lamul Ibtada, lesson 17. Labaytuka ajmalu. Indeed, your house is more beautiful. Now, if we want to use inna also in this sentence, the lam has to be pushed to the khabar, as two particles of emphasis cannot come together in one place. So the sentence becomes inna baytaka la ajmalu. Indeed, your house is more beautiful. After its removal from its original position, the lam is no longer called lamul ibtada. It is now called lamul muzahalaqa, the displaced lam. A sentence with both inna and lam is more emphatic than the one with inna or the lam only. And then he gives multiple examples from the Quran. Inna awhanal buyuti. Okay, so ismu inna al buyuti is mudaf ilayhi. Labaytul ankabut. Indeed, the frailest or the weakest of the houses is the spider's house. Okay, so inna pushed the lam to the khabar. Or inna ilahukum la wahid. So inna ilahakum. Ilaha is ismu inna, and then wahid is khabar. So inna displays the lam to the khabar, and so on. So other examples are similar. If we go back to our example, inna fi dhalika la ibratan. So inna, now here is harfu taqid. Its khabar came first, and then came the ismu inna, ibratan. So many scholars in this case say this is muzahalaka. Some say it is Ram Ibtada. Here is a kind of a chart of different scholars and what do they say about different ayat. So I picked some ayat which are on this pattern. Surah Baqarah ayah number 248. Inna fi dhalika la ayatan lakum in kuntum mu'minin. Again, you have the khabar inna coming first and then ismu inna. Also, inna fi dhalika la ibratan li ulil absar. Similar structure. Inna fi dhalika la ayatan li qawmi yatafakkarun. And inna fi dhalika la ibratan liman yakhsha, the one that we are currently looking at it. So if you look at Muhyiddin Darwish, okay, he says lamul mutalaka across the board for all of them. Okay, very consistent. Qubawa says these are all lamul mutalaka in all these cases. Nurul Yaqeen, interestingly, says it is lamu tawqid, the first one it says it's lamu tawqid, which is true. Even Muhyiddin Darwish and Qubawa saying lamul muzalaqa is actually also saying it is lamu tawqid, but because lamul muzalaqa is a type of lamu tawqid. Nurul Yaqeen does not say anything at all about is it lamul ibtada or not. All he's saying is lamu tawqid. Sulaiman Yaqut is also saying it's lamu tawqid, by the way. No mention of lamu ibtada or lamul mutalaqa. For the next one, inna fi dhalika la ibratan li ulil absar. Nurul Yaqeen is saying lamul ibtada, and Sulaiman Yaqut is also saying lamul ibtada. Okay. Next one, inna fi dhalika la ayatin li qawmin yatafakkarun. Nurul Yaqeen is saying lamu tawqid, and Sulaiman Yaqut is saying lamu tawqid. So it seems like they are somewhat inconsistent within their own analysis. Even though you look at the actual sentence, not much difference in the actual sentence itself. Okay. And then the last one that we are currently looking at, inna fi dhalika la ibratan liman yakhsha. Nurul Yaqeen says lamu tawqid, but then within parentheses it says lamul ibtada. Okay. And Sulaiman Yaqut only says lamu tawqid. It doesn't say lamul ibtada. Okay. So some inconsistency again within the same analysis and also among the two of them. But again, Muhyiddin Darwish and Qubawa both are consistently saying all these cases to be lamul muzahalaqa. But anyway, what I was looking for was any other reference from Dr. Saab's books or his lectures. And fortunately, I was able to find one, okay, where there's an advanced lesson on his blog, drvanian.com or drvanian.org, I think. And this is actually just a snapshot of what he says. He said lamul muzalaqa is used in three positions: regular khabar, which we saw, meaning a khabar is coming after the mubtada, or it says ismu inna, which is muakhar while it is indefinite. Inna fi dhalika la ibratal li ulil absar. And what is he describing here? Lamul muzalaqa. Okay, so he according to Dr. Saab, this is a case of lamul muzalaqa. And then there's a third scenario where it says it can also come before the mirul fasl. Inna hadha lahu al-qasasul haqq. Okay. I don't think we have come across this example so far in our analysis, but again, for completion, it's important to note that. So from Dr. Saab's perspective, this is lamul muzalaqa. So our analysis of it as being lamul muzalaqa is consistent with what Dr. Saab has taught, at least in this lecture, and also with Muhyiddin Darwish and with Qubawa. And then I said, okay, let me look for any other reference. So I've been looking at different grammar books. Unfortunately, couldn't find any help there. But I found one explanation. It actually was by an Egyptian teacher about different types of lam. And one of the slide that he was showing was on lamul muzahalaqa. So I just took a snapshot of it and copying it with you here. So he's saying ta'di ala halatayn. Lamul muzahalaqa can come in two conditions, or basically two conditions. Ma'a ismu inna. It can come with the ismu inna with the condition that it is the ism muakhar anil khabar. It is coming after its khabar, after the khabar. And he uses again one of those examples, inna fi dhalika la ayatin li qawmi yatafakkarun. So he's also saying Islam is lamul muzalaqa. Or he's saying it can come with ma'a khabru inna, with the condition that khabar is muakhar anil ism, meaning khabar comes after the ism. So inna zaidan la karimun. So this is fine, everybody agrees. Or jumla ismiya. Inna muhammadan la khuluquhu kareem. Okay. So in this case, this jumla, khuluquhu kareem, is actually jumla ismiya coming as a khabar for inna. So anyway, the main point here was that this lam is lamul mudhalaqa. And I've been looking for the other point of view where the that lam in this case is to be analyzed as lamul ibtada. I haven't found a text in any of the grammar books to state the same, or any other reference that says it's the same, other than what I have found in the Nurul Yaqeen and in the Sulman Yaqub. Thought I should share with you, inshallah. Sorry if it took too long, but I think this was something that was kind of in my head. I just wanted to share with you guys.
Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much for sharing that.
Okay. Well, Junaid, please go ahead.
Yeah. So, whose possession does Dr. Saab's most align with? You know, in the 4 Arab dictionaries.
In this case, Dr. Saab's point of view aligns with Muhyiddin Darwish and Qubawa.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So Dr. Saab clearly says it's Namul Muzalaqa, which is the case of these two scholars. Nurul Yaqeen, as you can see, has different point of view in all these 4 cases. I mean, actually, I would say 3 point of view. One time he says Lamu Taqid. Actually, 2 times he says Lamu Taqid. One time he only says Lamu Ibtada. One time he says Lamu Taqid along with saying Lamu Ibtada. So I'm assuming that Nurul Yaqeen believes this is Lamul Ibtada. All these scenarios are Lamul Ibtada. It's just that some cases he said Lamul Ibtada, some cases he just said it suffices to say Lamu Taqid. Sulman Yaqut is basically only once he's saying Lamul Ibtada. All other places he's saying they're Lamu Taqid. So to me, in my mind, based on what Dr. Abdurrahim has said very explicitly in his advanced lecture, even though from Medina books, I always understood his statement to mean that the lam in the scenario of mubtada being muakhar and lam connected with it, I always understood that it is the lamul muzahalaqa. But then his advanced lesson confirmed it, that it actually is lamul muzahalaqa. Explicitly, he mentioned that. And also the other YouTube video, even though I don't really know who that other ustad is from Egypt, but he's teaching Arabic. So I think there's some authentication in it, not a whole lot, but there is at least some authentication that there is a point of view among the teachers that this is a lamul muzahalaqa, no lamul ibtada.
I have one more question. Can you go back to your other note where you have like the question mark in
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. So was your question around, you know, which one is correct or which is...
Yeah, so here is why I think this is the key to kind of establishing where the lam, what should we call this lam? Okay, because okay, look at this sentence and look at this sentence. The only difference is the introduction of inna. Okay, so we are discussing what this lam is. Is this lam lamul ibtada or lamul muzahalaqa? Okay, so now it is only lamul muzahalaqa if it actually has been displaced. If it was in this state without inna, then indeed it has been displaced because of that. Okay, if it was already in this state, fil bayti la rajulun, then it has not been displaced because of inna. Inna hasn't done anything to the lam. So then in that case, it would still be lamul ibtada. So I think the point of view of the scholars who believe this lam is lamul ibtada, they say it's lamul ibtada because it's connected to mubtada. Because it's connected to mubtada. Mubtada is also something with which something begins, and ibtada is also of beginning. So when the lam is connected to the mubtada, it's called lamul ibtada, and when lam is connected to the khabar, then it is lamul mudahalaqa. So that is where the key is to understand what was the case before inna was brought into the sentence. Before inna, where this lam was. If the lam was in the beginning of the sentence, meaning lafil bayti rajulun, okay, and the introduction of inna pushed this lam to the mubtada, then definitely it is lamul mutalaqa, because we can clearly see that it has been displaced. But before inna, if it was already connected to the mubtada, then no displacement has happened. It is still with rajulun. Now, so with that, yeah. So just let me just complete. With that, I was looking for some ways to find an example of this in Quran. I haven't figured out what search query should I run to find this. So far, I have not been able to figure that out.
But the meaning-wise, there are two different meanings, right? It's in the first where you're like the emphasis is on fil bayti in the first one, and in the second one the emphasis on the man, right? So meaning-wise, there are two different sentences.
Actually, the way we if I go back to the Dr. Sub statement here, he says that both are basically particles of emphasis. A sentence with both inna and lam is more emphatic than one with inna or the lam only. Okay. Now, if I go back now here, I'm not suggesting that we have the option of creating a sentence this way or this way. That's not what I'm saying. Only one of them is correct. Only one of these two sentences is grammatically correct. Okay. Either la fil bayti rajulun or fil bayti la rajulun. Otherwise, if both were correct, then we'll have to differentiate between, okay, what is the meaning of the first one versus what's the meaning of the second one. Only one of the sentence is correct, grammatically correct. Okay. And the introduction of lam is just bringing the emphasis to the subject of that sentence, or the topic of that sentence. Like it's bringing emphasis, saying, certainly there is a man in the house. Certainly there is a man in the house. So,
but Zahid,
yeah,
you used to emphasize on the meaning part of the sentence. So my question is, what is the difference in meaning whether you would use lam muzalaka or lam ibtada?
nothing.
So then why do we?
Oh, sorry. Let me understand the question. I should have processed the question before I answered it. Sorry about that.
My question is,
muzalaka will only come when there is inna.
No, I'm not saying when it comes. I'm saying that whether we use lam muzahalika or we use lam ibtada, they both means taqeed, right?
Correct.
So my question is, what what extra meaning or what is the additional meaning of using either of them? Like if the meaning is the same taqeed, then this it's all trivial.
I agree, 100% agree. But it's just that there are two different point of views coming up on in the Arab dictionaries on that.
But the point of view have values if there is a difference in meaning. Otherwise, just academic.
I agree with that, actually. I agree. So last 15-20 minutes were just academic. I agree with that. No, I mean, again, and my apologies. This was kind of just bugging me in my head because there is something. But I mean, from my point of view, I just wanted to make sure that there is an understanding we have developed about this type of alam, and we have always said this is lamul muzalaka, and that's what we have been teaching in all of our classes. Okay, and then all of a sudden we saw that there are the dictionaries, and some of these dictionaries are something that we are following for most of our Arab stuff. Nurul Yaqeen, Dr. Yaqut, they are calling, in some cases, they are calling them Lamul Ibtada. Okay, so which is, again, they are both of type Taqid, no doubt about that. But that kind of, for me, they were like, okay, are we missing something? Are we missing something? And so I went on this hunt of figuring out what are we missing. And Alhamdulillah, what we found out was that what doctors have taught. So first of all, what we understood is what doctors have taught. Okay, because he explicitly said in his advanced lecture that this is Lamul Muzalaka. And then also that there are very well-established dictionaries, Muhyiddin Darwish and Kobawa, who are also consistently calling it Lamul Muzalaka. Okay, so not to take anything away from Nurul Yaqeen and Dr. Salman Yaqut, but it is just to kind of for us to establish that what we are learning and what we are teaching is consistent. But your point is actually very good point. And at the end of the day, both are Lama Tawqeed. They don't really change the meaning. This is really kind of an academic discussion. Correct. I agree with that.
But I think where I'm struggling is how would we define, if I need to put emphasis on in the house is a man, how would that construction be? Because you are saying lafil baiti rajulun is not a correct construction. So if I remove lam from fil baiti, then how would I show that I am putting emphasis on fil baiti?
So I guess what I've been saying is that the emphasis is on in the whole sentence. You are trying to now get a bit more fine-grained and trying to understand if you have to put emphasis on a specific part of the sentence, like if the emphasis is to be in the house, then would the construction be different versus if the emphasis is to be on rajulun? Okay. I actually don't know the answer to that because we have not studied that in Medina books. Dr. Sahib have not explicitly explained the differences between the how to emphasize a certain part of the sentence as opposed to the other part. Okay. All Dr. Sahib have said is there's a particle of emphasis which is inna, which brings emphasis to the sentence, and then there is another type of emphasis which is lamu tawqeed, which can be of two types, ibtada or muzalaka. So and you can use either inna or lamu tawqeed. And if you use lamu tawqeed by itself, then by itself it'll always be lamu ibtada, meaning it'll always have to come in the beginning. And muzalaka only comes in if you bring in the inna, because inna pushes it or displaces the original position of the lam to a subsequent position, to a later position in the sentence. But both of them bring emphasis, and when they are both used together, then Dr. Saab actually also says that brings more emphasis than one of them being used at a time. But he does not talk about one emphasizing or the position of the lam, whether it is with the khabar or the mubtada, puts emphasis on that part of the sentence. That I have not seen that in any of Dr. Saab's texts so far. Brother Ashraf, please go ahead.
Yeah, this last point is what I was standing at the last point what you just made about emphasizing a part of the sentence. Anyway, so this is why I was not convinced that it is a muzahalaka before. And even though I rank Muhyiddin Darwish highly than all the others, Salman Yaqut and Nurul Yaqeen, from what I have read, and also because the slide you showed from Dr. Abdurrahim's advanced lecture, that actually clarified my confusion, because I always thought it cannot be muzahalaka. And this is why, even if you remember when we talked last time, I said, I don't know why Muhyiddin Darwish is calling it muzahalaka. If you remember, I did say that.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, so actually now it is clear to me that there is because the books I've studied, the grammar books and the other things what I've studied is the inna shifts the lamul ibtidaiya to become it a muzahalaka. And in that construction of the sentence, inna hasn't shifted anything actually. But the way Dr. Abdul Rahim is explaining here in this slide is that this is also a kind in its own right, you could say, rather than being shifted. Yeah. So this is just a kind which I was not aware of that. Thank you very much for at least increasing my knowledge on that. Thank you.
No worries. It kind of helped me clarify the confusion. And really, I came across this reference just browsing through the Dr. Vania's website. And one of them was about, I think, the about lam, and I just opened it up, and there was I couldn't believe that I found this such a clear, explicit answer to a question that I've been trying to look for multiple weeks.
Yeah, even for old dictionaries, the real old ones, they even describe it as a lam which gets shifted by inna. So they never mention that lam coming, like lafil bayti rajulun, like Unison. They never mention that example.
Yeah, no, this is this was just for me to kind of understand, was the original construction this or this? Because for me, if the original correct construction is this, then I would call this alamul mazalaka. But if the original construction is fil bayti la rajulun, then it is not a alamul mazalaka. Then it has not been displaced by any.
Exactly. I would say the same as well, but with the condition which probably I mentioned before, that I have not come across where we put the lam with the khabar muqaddam, jar majroor khabar muqaddam. So I've not come across that at all either.
To me, if somebody can find a reference or a construction like this, and I'm not saying that it is there in Quran, but if there is that construction, and if we can find it, then it'll be interesting to find how the Arab dictionaries have analyzed it. Okay. But that will really help us understand whether the lam has been displaced or not.
Yeah, I didn't actually, after that, I did not do any search myself. I did the search at that time a little bit, but I've not gone very deep into it. So I'll try that now. Okay. I'll try and find it now. And if I find anything to add to what you have just said, I'll share with you.
Inshallah.
Brother Zahid, in the instruments of emphasis, Jawab al-Qasam in Jumla Ismiya, this is like this. Number inna harfu tawqidin wa nasbin. Number 2 is lam al-ibtada.
Correct.
And number 3 is inna plus lam. This is lam al-mazhalaka. There's a definite difference when you go for oath. Jawab al-Qasam.
Correct. That is the correct statement, Dr. Zaid. I think the point over here, however, is in this particular scenario where the khabar is muqaddam and ism is muakhar, and the lam gets attached to the ism, is that lamu ibtada or lamu muzalaka? That's where the difference is among the scholars. Some say it is ibtada, some say it is muzalaka. So it's kind of a narrow scenario. It does happen quite frequently in the Quran, but it's the only scenario where I've seen in this case the difference among scholars about this lam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ji. I think given we are just 1 minute away, I won't go into the next. The next one is actually a beginning of a new passage. Inshallah, we will start that next week. A quick announcement, though. I think some of you must have seen some students started the Khatm Quran for the Isal Sawab of Dr. Abdul Rahim. I believe one full recitation has finished. So there is a request for everyone to please make dua for Dr. Abdul Rahim's for him and for his maghfirah and Allah's mercy on him. So please do remember him in your dua whenever you are praying or otherwise. We are all witness to the many benefits, to the to what we have achieved from his teachings directly and indirectly. So we need to basically be grateful, and one of the ways of being grateful is to make dua for him, something that he needs, all of us need, including him, to make sure that Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala has mercy on him, and his sins are forgiven, and Allah makes it easy for him during in the qabr, in the hereafter, and gives him the highest rank in the Jannah, inshallah.
Ameen.
And we can discuss these different types of dua with Dr. Abdul Rahim and Jannah, inshallah. Next ayah, ayah number 27. أأنتم أشد خلقا أم السماء بناها. Okay. So here we have أأنتم. So and antum. Is harfu istifham. Antum is ضمير منفصل مبني على سكون في محل رفع مبتدا. أشد, okay, is khabar. It is actually ismu tafdeel on the wazn of af'alu, and we know that ismu tafdeel is actually mamnu' min as-sarf. That's why you don't see a tanween at the end. Okay, antum ashaddu khalqan mansoob. Though in this particular case it's mansoob because it is coming as a tamyiz. Because it is clarifying or removing an ambiguity from the previous sentence of antum ashaddu. In what sense? Khalqan. Okay, khalqan brings that clarity. And then is another one of those harfu atf. And then sama'u is again a mubtada. This is the beginning of a new sentence. Okay. Whose khabar? Khabaruhu mahzoof. Taqdiruhu ashaddu. Okay. If you remember, this is something that we studied in Medina books as the interrogative or. Okay. So the complete sentence actually is antum ashaddu khalqan amis sama'u ashaddu. Okay. But the it's understood that the second sentence, which comes after the harfu atf will have its khabar the same as the khabar of the first sentence, because this is a special construction, the of interrogative sentence, which starts with the harfu istifham a, and then there is a which is harfu atf in the middle, and it connects two sentences, which is comparing the two things. The things which are compared are always after a in the first sentence and after in the second sentence. Okay, that's what we have seen before. And then banaha. Okay, there are two words here, bana and then ha. Bana is fi'l madi mabni ala fatatul muqaddara, fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu huwa, goes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then ha is damir muttasil fi mahalli nasbin maf'ulun bihi. Okay, and this jumla I have not captured any analysis of it with respect to the previous one. Most likely it is isti'nafiya. Okay. Okay. Let's look at the meanings, inshallah. Antum, okay. Are you, okay. Are you, and then ashaddu. Let's put a point here. It comes from shadda, mudaf verb. Yashaddu, shiddatan, to be or become strong, firm, strong, hard, vigorous. Shadid, we have seen this noun before, is ismul fa'il ala sigha mubalagha. It's a strong, it means strong, might, powerful, severe. Ashaddu is ismu tafdeel, stronger or more intense. Okay. In this particular case, the translation which has been created for this is, are you more difficult? Okay. Are you more difficult? Khalqan. Okay. We have seen this many times. Khalaqa yakhluqu, to create, and khalq is creation. Khalq means creation. Okay. Are you more difficult creation? Or as-sama. Okay. We know the meaning of sama, the sky. And if you put the khabar mahzoof after that, or the sky is more difficult. Okay. So the complete sentence would be, are you more difficult creation, implicitly for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or the sky is more difficult? Okay. And then it continues, banaha, so bana yabni, it's a naqis verb, ba noon ja, bina'un or bina'an or bunyanan, to build, to construct, to set up. Okay. Ism maf'ul is actually mabniyun, went through some transformations, something which is built or constructed. The word ibn actually comes from the same root as well, meaning son. So he, meaning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, built it. Built it. Okay. And it also shows that the pronoun which is used to refer to as-sama is ha, meaning it is feminine. Okay. It's feminine by convention. Just like shams is feminine. Okay. So antum ashaddu khalqan am as-sama'u, are you more difficult creation or the sky? He built it, meaning he, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, built the sky. So there's an implication here that the sky, in this case, the sky may also refer to, all the other things which are in the sky, which meaning all the other celestial bodies and everything on them. More. Of course, nothing is difficult, but just from a human perspective, nothing is difficult for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But from a human perception perspective, how do we think which one is more complicated, more difficult? Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, Allah even built the sama. So it's not difficult for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to create you as the way you are. Wallahu alam. Next one. Rafa'a samkaha fasawwaha. Ayah number 28. Rafa'a samkaha fasawwaha. Rafa'a fi'l madi mabni ala fatha, fa'il mustatir, taqdiruhu huwa, goes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Samkaha, okay, two words here, samka and ha. Samka is a maf'ulun bihi for the verb rafa'a, and ha is a mudaf ilayhi. Fasawwaha, fa sawwa ha. Fa is a harfu atf. Okay. سوى is again فعل ماضي مبني على فتحة المقدرة فاعل مستتر تقديره هو goes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and ha is again, actually not again, it's mafulun bihi. Both of these, ha in samkaha and ha in sawaha, both go to as-sama. Okay. Look at the meanings, inshallah. Rafa'a, to raise, to lift, to raise in steam, also to elevate. Okay. So rafa'a, he raised. He raised. Samkaha. This samka is a really I mean, it's not commonly used word. So samaka yasmuku sumukan, to rise, to become high, elevated or lofty. And then samkun means roof of a house, elevation or height. Okay. So he raised its height, or some have said its ceiling. Okay. For Sawwaha, Sawwa we have seen before as well. Sawiya Yaswa, seen, wow, ya, to be equal, to be in the middle. Okay, and then form 2, Sawwa Yusawwi Taswiyatan, to make equal. Okay, to proportion, to flatten, to level, to fashion, to form. Okay, so here more in the concept of to proportion, to fashion, to form, and proportioned it. Okay, so he created it. So Allah is again emphasizing that he built it, meaning the sky. He raised it, or he raised its height or ceiling, and proportioned it. Okay. So again, not just a mere chance or probability. It's not a game of probability that we are dealing with here, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is explicitly saying that Allah, or he built it, he raised its ceiling, meaning he adjusted how high it needs to be from with respect to all the other galaxies and other celestial bodies, and then he proportioned it. Okay? Now, each one of these words, we living in the confines of time and space kind of understand it in our way. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best what does it mean to raise its ceiling and to proportion it. Okay, there's really, I think it's very difficult for humans to even comprehend what does that really mean. Okay, we are still, our greatest scientists are still trying to figure out the boundaries of the galaxies that or the galaxies that we are living in. Next ayah number 29. وَأَغْطَشَ لَيْلَهَا وَأَخْرَجَ ضُحَاهَا. The continuation of the same topic. واو حرف عطف. أغطش فعل ماضي مبني على فتحة فاعل مستتر تقديره هو. Again go to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Layla, Layla is maf'ulun bihi, and ha is mudaf ilayhi. Okay. Wa akhraja, again harfu atf. akhraja fi'l maadi mabni ala fatha fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu huwa, and then duhaha, again two words, duha and ha, maf'ulun bihi and then mudaf ilayhi. If you look at the meanings, Aghtasha, Aghtasha comes from Ghatasha, Yaghtashu, Abdaraba, Ghatshan or Ghatashan, to become dark. Okay. And then Aghtasha, Yaghtashu, to make dark, causative meaning. Aghtasha, so this is form 4. Okay. So, and he darkened. Okay. Some have translated this as dimmed. dimmed. Okay. Laylaha, okay, its night. Its night. Okay. Wa akhraja duhaha. Okay. Kharaja yakhruju, khurujan, to exit, to leave. And then akhraja is a causative meaning, to bring out, to take out, to cause to exit. Okay. And he brought forth, and he brought forth duhaha. Okay. We saw this word before. I think more than once at least, actually. What duha al-layli iza saja is one example. So daha, dad, ha, wow, yadhu, to become visible, to appear. It also has a variant spelling of dad, ha, ya, dahiya, yadha, to be struck by sun's rays, okay, to enter the time of mid-morning. So duha means mid-morning or sunlight or daylight. Okay. And he brought forth its morning brightness. That's the typical translation that is done for it. It's morning brightness. وَأَغْطَشَ لَيْلَهَا وَأَخْرَجَ ضُحَاهَا, and he darkened its night, and he brought forth its morning brightness. Okay. So we move on, inshallah. Next ayah number 30. وَالْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ دَحَاهَا. وَالْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ دَحَاهَا. Okay. So this wow is analyzed as harfu istisna. No, not istisna. Istinafiya. Al-arda. Okay. Now, al-arda, you can see clearly it is not marfu. So we cannot say it is mubtada. This is interesting. I think we have seen something similar before, and we are seeing it again here. They say it is a maf'ulun bihi lil fi'l mahzuf. Okay. Yufassiruhu ma ba'dahu. Okay. Taqdiruhu daha al arda. So the verb, the phrase which is coming at the end of the ayah, dahaha, is what is basically what explains the verb that makes al-ard its maf'ulun bihi. Okay, and hence makes it mansub. So the sentence starts with وَدَهَا الْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ دَهَاهَا. Ba'da is zarf, zaman, mansub. Dhalika, ismul ishara. Okay, here is coming as a fi mahalli jarrin mudaf ilayhi, and then daha and ha. Daha is fail madi mabni ala fatatul muqaddara fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu huwa, goes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and ha is maf'ulun bihi, and this ha goes to al-ard. And this whole jumla, dahaha, is jumla tafsiriya, because it gives the tafsir of the previous jumla. Okay. Meaning, the earth after that, okay, Dahaha, meaning of daha, dal, ha, wow, yadhu, dahwan, to spread out, to extend, to expand. Okay, I think, yeah, that's just the Thulasi Mujarrad verb that I've captured here. He spread out. He spread out. Okay, and the earth after that, he spread out. First, we were told about as-sama, okay, the sky, how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala built it. He raised its height. He I already forgot. He raised its height and he proportioned it, and then he darkened its night and he brought forth its morning light. And now we are told about the earth. Earth after that, he spread out. This is all in the context of the creation. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about his creation and how able he is in creating anything he wills. I see a raised hand, Brother Saeed, please go ahead.
My question is about how the fasawaha, duhaha. What does this refer to? Ha? What is it in it? It refers to what?
So, in ayah number 27, Antum ashaddu khalqan amis sama'u banaha. Okay, this banaha, the ha in this at the end of this sentence refers back to as-sama, because there was a reference to as-sama just before it. So this ha refers to as-sama.
Right.
Then, so this goes to sama, and then rafa'a samkaha again goes to sama.
Right.
Fasawwaha goes to sama. Laylaha goes to sama. Duhaha goes to sama.
Layla. But the night is only for the ground, for the planet Earth, not for the universe. And the same thing. And the same thing goes when the sun, when the day here on Earth doesn't mean the day in the universe.
True, but we are talking about sama, the sky. Okay, so the concept is that when you look towards the sky, there is a clear distinction between the night and the day.
Yeah, but the sky, if you look at that, it all looks black whenever day or night. Doesn't look bright. It's only the planet Earth which looks bright because the light is reflected from the Earth and comes to our eyes. So my question was this: it belongs to which one?
So this is my understanding. Allah knows best. My understanding is that all these ha go back to as-sama. There is, so I think you're okay with the rafa'a samkaha fasawwaha, correct?
Yeah.
So your main question is around this and this ha.
Yeah, duhaha and the ha. I think that.
Okay.
Layla akhraja duhaha.
Yeah.
No, Layla ha and duhaha. These it refers to what?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that there's a clear darkening of the sky at night and clear brightness of the sky during the day. That is where, in my limited knowledge, I believe these have refer back to as-sama. I know you're talking about, overall darkness spreads everywhere, at least from the concept of Earth, which is another interesting thing, actually. If you think about it, the sun is always there. The sun is always there, and there is always some part of the Earth which always has the light. But it is our, it's our perspective, given where we are in the particular space on the Earth, that we see the sky becoming dark and the sky becoming bright, okay, depending upon the revolution of the Earth around its own axis.
But then it should be that Allah darkened the sky for us and He made it bright for us, not for what. Not for as-sama.
Brother say I cannot comment on that. My apologies.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Brother Risal, please go ahead. Well, Nisar, you had your hand raised. If you want to say something, please go ahead. Okay. Maybe he changed his mind.
No, I was trying to unmute Brother Zahid. He was not allowing me, so now he did
Sure,
it.
go ahead.
Yeah, I think where the confusion Brother Saeed has it, he's taking English meaning of sky, smile, the sky actually. To me, basically refers to the space. The space which have all the galaxies. Galaxies has a limit, but the space has no limit.
But those things are all dark all the time. If you look at the pictures,
No, the majority, the 99.9% of the space is absolutely dark.
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah. Whether it's day or night, doesn't matter.
So that's, no, but matters for the earth people, okay?
Yeah, but this is what I mean. Then it should be that it is for us, it's day and for night, but not for the as-sama.
No,
but maybe that is, but we are is basically implied in there because ayah number 27 starts with, are you more difficult? So Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala is basically addressing us.
Exactly.
So we are basically implicitly the address of explicitly the addressee, and we everything is being said to us. So things are being presented to us from the way we perceive it. Of course, we do not have the abilities to understand the things from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala's perspective. Okay, so Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala is presenting our perspective here when He is talking about these phenomena which are going around us. That's again my explanation, if that makes sense. Okay. So وَالْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ دَحَاهَا, the earth after that He spread out. And then next is next few more ayat are a continuation of the same concept here. أَخْرَجَ مِنْهَا مَاءَهَا وَمَرْعَاهَا, ayah number 31. أخرج فعل ماضي مبني على فتح فاعل مستتر تقديره هو الله سبحانه وتعالى. منها جار ومجرور. ماء and ها ماء is مفعول به for the فعل أخرج, وهو مضاف, and ها is مضاف إليه. And then مرعاها, first of all واو actually, and then مرعى, and then ها. واو is حرف عطف. مرعى is فعل ماضي فاعل مستتر تقديره هو, and ها is ضمير متصل في محل نصب مفعول به. Okay. And of course mar'a is, this is ma'tufun ala. What am I doing? This is wrong. My apologies. Not madi. This is actually
mudaf.
Well, it is exactly but ma'tufun ala ma, and of course is mudaf wa huwa mudaf, and ha is mudaf ilayhi. Akhraja, kharaja yakhruju, and then akhraja we know it means to bring forth or to cause something to come out. So here it is bring forth. He brought forth, or he brought forth. Yeah, he brought forth minha, from it. Now this ha goes now to earth, because earth is the last kind of thing that Allah was talking about in the last ayah. He brought forth from it ma'aha, its water. Okay. Wamar'aha. Okay. Mar'a we have seen before, means pasture. The root is ra'a yar'a. Okay. Ra'yan, ra'ayatan, mar'an, to pasture, to graze, to tend to a flock of animals, to guard, to protect. Okay. To take under one's wings, to take care. to make it one's business to adhere to comply with. Okay. Ra'in is ismul fa'il, plural is ra'un, shepherd, one who fulfills honors. Okay. And its pastures. Okay. So he brought forth from
there's
it.
a typo from Mufuli Bhai. Could you correct it, please?
Sorry, yeah, mudaf ilayhi. Jazakallah khair. Mudaf ilayhi. Jazakallah khair, Bin Saab. And its pastures. Okay. And then next ayah number 32. Wal jibala arsaha. So again, notice al jibal is mansoob. And it's the beginning of a sentence. So there's nothing before it. That means that there's some funny business going on here. So wow here is harf atf. Well, al-jibal is maf'ulun bihi lil fi'l mahzuf. Okay, yufassiruhu ma ba'dahu taqdiruhu arsal jibala. Okay. And then arsaha fi'l madi, fa'il mustatir, taqdiruhu huwa, goes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and ha is maf'ulun bihi. Jibal, we know the meaning. It basically means mountains. It's a plural of jabal. And the mountains. Okay. Arsaha, rasa, ra, sin, wow, yarsu, rusuman or rasman, to become stable, steady, steadfast, stationary, fixed, firm. Arsa yursi, to make firm. So causative meaning again, to make stable. Rasin, okay, rawasin, that which is firm, stationary. Mursan, okay, it's a verbal noun coming to rest. Also, it's a ismul zaman wa makan, meaning due time. Okay, we're gonna see this actually later on. So we should take note of this. Here, the meaning of arsa is to make firm, to make stable. Okay, he set them firmly, and the mountains he set them firmly. Okay, again on the theme of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala's creation. Mata'an lakum wa li'an'amikum. Exactly same ayah that we saw in Surah Abasa as well. So it's a carbon copy of that here. Okay, mata'an is maf'ul mutlaq. Okay, li fi'l mahzuf. Taqdiruhu. Okay, matta'akum. Matta'akum bikulli dhalika. Mata'an. Okay, we'll look at the meaning mata'an and then it'll make sense to us. Lakum, jar wa majroor. Okay, wa li'an'amikum, wow, harfu jar, an'ami, and then kum. 4 parts. So we have harfu atf, harfu jar, ism majroor, and mudaf. And this whole thing is, of course, ma'atufun ala lakum. Okay. So mata'a yamta'u mat'an, to carry, to take away. Okay. Matta'a yumatti'u, to cause to enjoy, to cause someone to enjoy something, okay, to grant longevity and power to bestow. Okay. Also form 5, tamatta'a yamatta'u, tamattu'an, to remain or carry on. We talked about it last time as well. To combine the major pilgrimage with minor pilgrimage and have a break between them. Okay, hajj tamattu. Mata'un, verbal noun, act of enjoying or spending one's time busy in the chores of living. Plural, and then as a noun, with the plural of amte'atun means household objects, utensils, belongings, chattels. Okay, mata'an. So here it's, so these are things which are an enjoyment. Sorry. And enjoyment, some have said as provision. Lakum, for you. Wali an'amikum. Okay. An'am is actually plural of na'am, livestock, cattle, domestic animals, and your livestock. Okay. So all these things Allah Ta'ala is mentioned. Allah is saying these are a provision for us. Okay. Something that we should, again, if we ponder, we have a special role in this universe. Okay. We are not like animals. We are not just another copy of as some ignorant people say, we are just another carbon form. Okay. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us the wisdom. We are not just another carbon form. These things are made for us. And we are responsible for them. That's another thing we need to kind of keep in mind. It's not that they are us so we can use them the way we want to, but we are responsible for them. Okay, again the concept of khalifa. Next ayah number 34. فَإِذَا جَاءَتِ التَّامَّةُ الْكُبْرَى. Now this is again a very similar construction to what we saw in Surah Abasa as well. Just after mata'an lakum wa li'an'amikum, over there we saw فَإِذَا جَاءَتِ السَّاخَّةُ. Okay, here it is فَإِذَا جَاءَتِ التَّامَّةُ الْكُبْرَى. Okay. Both pointing to the same kind of event that is going to happen, but in different, using a different description. So fa, and then iza. Fa is a harfu istinafiyah. Okay, and then iza zarfu zaman lil mustaqbil. Okay, and it contains the meaning of shart. Ana shart. Jaa fi'l madi. Ta is for tanis. At-tammatu fa'il marfu'un. Al-kubra is na'at li at-tamma. Okay. Okay. Let's look at the meaning, inshallah. فَإِذَا, when, so ja'a yaji'u, we've seen it before, to come, to arrive. When will come, again the future meaning that is brought in by idha. When will come. At-tamma, so tamma, again with verb, ta mim mim, yatummu, tamman or tumuman, bab nasara, to overflow, flood, inundate, or engulf. Tammatun is the ismul fa'il muannas. It means calamity. Okay, when will come the calamity. Al-Kubra, okay, we've seen it before as well, meaning the greatest. The greatest. When the greatest calamity will come, okay, when the greatest calamity will come, Yawma yatazakkarul insanu ma sa'a. Ayah number 35. Yawma yatazakkarul insanu ma sa'a. So yawma, so zarf zaman, mansubun. Here it is coming as a badal min iza, which came in the previous ayah, as in idha ja'at ta'amatul kubra. Okay. Yawma yatazakkaru, this is fi'l mudari marfu. Al insanu fa'il marfu'un ma. Okay. So two kind of options. One is it's mal mausula. If that's the case, it is fi mahalli nasbin mafulun bihi. Okay. And sa'a is fi'l madi, fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu huwa, which is also the a'id. Sorry, no. I said it wrong. A'id is actually mahzuf. This whole jumla, sa'a is silatul mawsul. Okay. Or this ma is masdariya. Sorry. Masdariya. And the masdar mu'awwal is fi mahalli nasbin mafulun bihi for the fail yatazakkaru. Okay, let's look at the meanings. Okay. Yawma, day. Okay. Implicitly, day of. And I should have mentioned, actually, I forgot to mention this whole jumla, yatazakkarul insanu ma sa'a, this jumla. Failure, jumla failure. Fi mahalli jarrin mudaf ilayhi, because it's coming after the zarf yawma. The day of yatazakkaru. Okay. So we've seen this fail a lot of times. Zakara yazkuru, zikran. Its form 5 is tazakkara yatazakkaru, tazakkuran, to remember, to ponder, to contemplate. Okay. So day of remembering, or kind of English, difficult to translate in English. Day, insan will remember, the mankind or the man will remember ma sa'a, that. Okay, just one second. Will remember the man, that which. Sa'a yas'a, we saw that before. Suma adbara yas'a, it was saying about Fir'aun. Okay. That he turned away or turned back, striving. Okay. Striving. So sa'a yas'a means to strive. Okay. That which he strove. Okay. To me, it makes a connection back to what Fir'aun was doing there. Okay. He was striving for all the falsehood, for all the kazzaba, for his denials. Okay. But this is a more, of course, a broader statement that that every man will remember that what he strove for in this life. Okay. We will strive, we will remember what we strove for, and Fir'aun will remember what he strove for. May Allah make us among the ones who actually who strive for the good. Okay, strive for something that is accepted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the day of judgment, inshallah, by his mercy. The day of man will remember that which he strove. Okay. وَبُرِّزَتِ الْجَحِيمُ لِمَنْ يَرَى. Continuation of the same. Ayah number 36. Wow. And then burrizat. Wow is actually, just one second. I think burriza and then ta'utanisi. So wow is harf atf. Burriza is fi'l madi. Mabni lil majhul. Ta is for ta'anis, for feminizing. Al-Jahim is naib file. Marfoon. Liman, li, man, harfujar, ism majroor, and this man is mausula. Yara, fail, mudare. Marfoon bid-dammat al-muqaddara. Fa'il mustatir, taqdiruhu huwa. Okay. And this is the a'id here. And of course, this jumla is silatul mawsul. Silatul mawsul. And this jumla, this whole jumla, burrizatil jahim, is fi mali jarrin ma'tufun ala الجملة السابقة. Okay. All right. Translation. وبرزت baraza yabruzu buruzan, to come out, to show, to appear, to come into view, to emerge. Baraza yubarrizu tabrizan, to cause to appear, to bring out, to expose, to show. Okay. Also, another word that we see in the Quran from this family is barizatun, which is ismul fa'il muannas. We saw that in Surah Al-Kahf, by the way. Bare, level plain, with nothing to cover its surface. Okay. And will be exposed. Exposed or displayed. Al-Jahim. Okay. Jahim we have seen before as well. Fire, burning. Al-Jahim, the hellfire. The hellfire. Okay. The hellfire. Liman yara. Okay. For the one. Okay. And some have said, which kind of makes sense, for all. Okay. Yara, to see. For all to see. Okay. All right. Next ayah, inshallah. Ayah number 37. فَأَمَّا مَنْ طَغَى. فَأَمَّا. Fa here is al-fa'u. واقعة في جواب شرط. A shart started with إذا. Okay, فإذا جاءت الطامة الكبرى. Okay, this is the jawab of it. Amma is, Amma interestingly itself is also actually a harf shart and tafsil. So harf shart wa tafsil. Okay. Man is mausula. Here it is coming in as a mubtada. Tagha fi'l madi مبني على مبني على فتحة المقدرة فاعل مستتر تقديره هو, which is also the عائد. Okay, and this is silatul mawsul. The khabar is coming later, inshallah. Okay. فأما من طغى. So make sure I didn't miss anything. No, I'm good, inshallah. As for man, the one who طغى. I think we have seen طغى before. Did we see it before? It's 33. Let me just go back for a second. Make sure I didn't miss it. Yeah. طغى. طغى يا يطغى, also طغى واو يطغو, to exceed the proper bound, to transgress, to be excessive. Okay. To be tumultuous, to overflow. Okay. As for the one who transgressed, okay, وآثر الحياة الدنيا و حرف عطف آثر فعل ماضي مبني على فتح فاعل مستتر تقديره هو الحياة مفعول به and dunya is not. And this jumla آثر الحياة الدنيا, this is مبني على جملة من طغى. Okay. من طغى. So آثر so آثر يأثر, to transmit, to pass along. Form 4 is آثر, written differently in Quranic orthography. Means to prefer. Okay. And he preferred al hayat ad dunya, okay, the life, okay, or you can say the worldly life, the worldly life. He preferred the worldly life. فإن الجحيم هي المأوى. Okay. Yeah, let me finish that, inshallah, and then we will continue on from this point on next time, inshallah. فإن. So here, this fa is al-fa'u waqi'atu fi jawab al-shart. In this case, this is, sorry, not amma, imma. No, it is amma, sorry, what am I talking about? Amma. Okay. And then inna is, we know, harfu tawqidin. ونصب. الجحيم اسم إن. Here is ضمير الفصل. المأوى is خبر إن. Okay. Now the important thing is we have a unmatched mubtada sitting with us so far. In فَأَمَّا مَنْ طَغَى, man was mubtada, and we have not found the khabar for it so far, and this is the khabar for it. Okay, this jumla in al-jahima hiya al-ma'wa. So this jumla ismiya. Jumla ismiya fi mahalli raf'an khabar li mubtada man. Okay, and I can try and direct here. Okay, names of meanings. Indeed, al-jahim, the hellfire, okay, will be the ma'wa. So awa, hamza, waw, ya is a mahmuzul fa, a naqis fail. Ya'wi, iwa'an or uwiyan, to seek refuge, to seek shelter, is awul fityatu ilal kahf, if you remember from Surah al-Kahf. Then awa, yu'wi, form 4, to shelter, to protect. Ma'wa is ismul makan, to place of retreat, place of or destination or dwelling. Okay. Will be the refuge. Okay. Hellfire will be, indeed the hellfire will be the refuge. For who? For the one who man tagha wa athar al hayat ad-dunya. Remember, the man was the mausula, the mubtada. The khabar for it is innal jahima hiya al ma'awa. All those two sentences are doing tagha wa athar al hayat ad-dunya are simply sub sentences or sub clauses to asilatul mausul for man. Okay, so the gist is the one who transgressed and preferred the worldly life, indeed the hellfire will be the refuge, implicitly meaning for him. All right, I see a raised hand, Brother Nisar, please go ahead.
Yeah, my question related to the same thing which you just explained. So the first fa amma min tagha, that is the jawab al-shart of faiza, right?
Faiza ja'at at-tammatul kubra, correct.
Yeah. So then from the yama to the liman jara, jumla itaradiya.
Well, we said it's a badal. We said when we introduced yawma yatazakkaru al-insanu ma sa'a, so that yawma is a badal for iza.
Correct. So okay. Yeah.
Okay, it's a substitute for iza.
Yeah.
And then yatazakkaru al-insanu ma sa'a, that is basically just a mudaf ilayhi for yawma, and burrizatil jahimu liman yara is simply ma'tufun ala yatazakkaru al-insanu ma sa'a.
Correct.
We have gone over time. I'll stop here, inshallah. Just two quick announcements I want to make while I have everybody's attention, inshallah. One is I sent a note in our LQM forum. I hope that all of you are on that forum. If not, then please do drop me your phone number and I can add you into that forum. It's on WhatsApp. The request is that if you know that there is a beautiful app, very useful app developed by one of our local entrepreneurs here, Brother Arif Bajwa. He has developed this app to build the vocabulary of Quran and be able to understand its meaning. It's a very actively worked on app. Mashallah, in the 4 or 5 months, he has been actively working on it with other developers. I think he announced that he has a development team of about 6 or 7 developers now working on it. And you can tell from all the features which are coming out that it's really improving over time. It's a beautiful app, available actually for free, and very, very useful app. So first of all, I recommend everybody to please do use it if you're not already using it. And then the other request he had was he's trying to basically add a feature in the app wherein for all the words that come in the Quran, he is trying to generate images for those words, images so that it's easier for people with visual memory to remember that word. Okay, which I think is a great idea. Personally, I think everybody learns differently. Some people are good with the words themselves. Some actually want to see a visual representation of it to commit it into their memory. So that's what he's doing. Now, he, instead of having to generate, a word, or sorry, an image manually, he's actually using artificial intelligence to generate those images. But where he needs help is a review of the appropriateness of that image for that word. That's where he needs basically some reviewers who can review the actual image with that word, and also if they can if they don't think it is appropriate, or if they think that there's a better image that can be used for that, then if they can basically suggest something. As I mentioned in the forum, there are more than actually close to 4,800 such words. So it's something that if multiple people do it, it is a very possible task, but it does need help. And he's reaching out to the LQM community and saying if we can help him with that review. So if anybody can volunteer, please do respond to the message, or you can respond to me privately, whichever way you prefer. But I think it's again one of those sadaqah jariyah that we can actually contribute whatever capabilities we have. In this case, mainly time and our intellect, both given to us by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to put in some effort that we can again stand in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and say, Allah, we did it. And whoever benefits from it, inshallah, we will be rewarded for that, inshallah. So please do contribute if you can, inshallah. Okay. So you can respond back in the forum itself or send me an email. Either way, inshallah, I will collect that people who want to contribute, and then Brother Arif will then coordinate all the actual effort. There was one announcement. I know people have raised hands. I will come to them quickly. But the other announcement is, as much as I hate to for the breaks, but things do come up. I have some important travel coming up and some events coming up for which I will need to take some time off. Starting next Sunday, 26th of November, 3rd of December, and 10th of December, 3 weeks, unfortunately, and I really don't like it, but I do have to take those days off. So the next class will have to be on the December 17th, inshallah. I will send an email as well for people who did not attend, or just for your reminder as well. So no class for 26th of November, 3rd of December, and the 10th of December. And then we will have the next class on 17th, inshallah. I just wanted to make those two announcements. And then I have a couple of hands raised. Brother Saeed, please go ahead.
Yes, so the Mawa is from the Sulasi Mujarrad or from Form 4?
It would be Sulasi Mujarrad, because it's Ismul Makan on the version of Maf'alu.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing is that the question that I asked and I thought about it, I can share with you that I think there is an answer to this, because all the stars who are planets, rotate around the stars, and they have rotate within their own axis like Earth. So they have day and night. Everything that rotates in the universe has day and night. So this is I think Allah is pointing out to this, when it says universe.
True. I mean, personally, sometimes as I'm driving and there is either early morning or late, when you see kind of the twilight and the light conditions changing, you wonder I mean, you wonder about the creativity of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that sun is always there, earth is always there, and yet, I mean, the light of sun is always there. It's just that with the simple rotation of the earth,
Right.
we don't have that light available to us for some time.
So just
Even though the light is still there.
Yeah, so just the way the earth rotates, similarly the other planets rotate, and similarly the planets have the other star that we do not know, they also rotate. So there is a day and night in the universe in that way.
Okay, Jazakallah khair for
Thank you.
sharing that. Sister Shabana, please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam.
Regarding that app, brother, I wanted to ask the image that should that be uploaded from like the already there which are existing in the web, or if it is not appropriate, can one have the liberty to kind of doodle it or upload an appropriate one?
Yeah,
Draw
so
and
I think
upload.
all the logistics, inshallah, Brother Arib can actually share exactly how he is going to share the word along with the image that the AI algorithm has selected, and then how is he going to basically collect the feedback. For now, if people can and have the time to volunteer to be the reviewer, if they can just basically raise their hand, meaning share or respond back to the message or to my email me, that just we can do it. Then Brother Arib can then share all the logistics, and I'm sure given the great developer he is, he would have organized things quite well, and he'll make it easy for the reviewers to actually do the review and share their feedback.
Okay, fine. That's
So just
alhamdulillah.
respond back to me in the email or in the WhatsApp forum, and then I'll connect the team with you,
Inshallah.
inshallah.
Okay.
Is it based in Toronto area?
But Arib actually he just lives in Milton, actually just suburb of Milton,
Okay.
Campbellville.
Okay, thank you.
Sister Sultana, please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Ayah number 30, the
Yeah.
translation of Dahaha.
Yeah.
It translation of Ha.
Yeah. He spread
It.
yeah, he spread it out. Yes, correct. Jazakallah khair. Jazakallah khair. That's very good. He spread
Brother,
it out.
Ayah number 35,
Mm-hmm.
Masa. You said that Zamir Aid is not here.
Correct. I mistakenly first said the Hua is the ayat, but then I said yeah, you're right. The ayat is Mahzuf, which is Sa'aha. Correct. Yeah, so it should be Aid. I should maybe mention it here. Aid Mahzuf Taqdiruhu Sa'aha. Correct?
Okay.
Sa'ahu, actually. Sa'ahu.
Yes, who brother Zaid, yeah.
Sa'ahu, yes. Sa'ahu.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
correct.
gender neutral.
Correct.
Third question, brother.
Yeah.
Ayah number 34, it's shart. فَإِذَا جَاءَتِ الطَّامَّةُ الْكُبْرَى.
Correct.
Ayah number 35 is badal.
Correct.
Then 36 is Ma'tufun ala badal.
Correct.
Ayah 37 is Jawabu Shart.
Correct.
So this Jawabu Shart will be go up till ayah number 39 because the 38 is Matuf and then Jawabu Shart of Amma. So this whole part 37, 38, 39 is Jawab for Fa'idha.
Yes.
37.
Correct. Yeah. And then actually the next one, Amma man khafa maqama rabbihi wa nahan nafsa
It is
anil hawa. That is just ma'tuf to the previous Amma. So that essentially indirectly also is the Jawab Shart of Idha.
Yes, up till ayah 41.
Actually, even ayah number 41, because the Fa'innal Jannada Hiyal Ma'wa, that Jumla is actually the khabar for the man in man khafa maqama rabbihi wa nahan nafs. So we will do that, cover the next one. But your point is correct. Up until 41 is the continuation of what started with Faida Ja'at Ta'ammatul Kubra. Yes. Okay. Jazakallah khair, Sister Sultana, for your comments. Wa amma, wow, here is harfu atf. Amma is a harfu shart. وتفصيل. And then من is من الموصولة مبني على سكون في محل رفع مبتدا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. من الموصولة is coming here as a مبتدا, and what follows it is silatul mawsul because man was mawsula. Khafa is fi'l madi mabni ala fatha, fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu huwa, and this huwa is also the a'id that goes back to the man al mawsula. Maqama is maf'ulun bihi mansubun wa huwa mudaf, and then rabbi and he both are mudaf ilayhi, and Rabb is also mudaf. Wanahan nafs, waw is again harfu atf. Naha is again fi'l madi mabni ala fatatul muqaddara, fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu huwa. An-nafs maf'ulun bihi mansubun. An harfu jar, hawa majrur, wa alamatu jarrihi al-kasratul muqaddara. Kasratul muqaddara because it's a maqsoor noun. And this whole jumla, nahan nafsa anil hawa, this jumla is ma'tufun ala jumla sabiqa. Okay, which is khafa maqam rabbihi. Okay. In terms of meaning, and as for man, the one who khafa. Okay, so khafa yakhafu. So the asal is khawifa. It's ajwaf wawi fail with and it's bab hasiba sorry bab sami'a yasma'u. So bab sami'a khawifa yakhafu khawfan khifatan and makhafatan. To be frightened, to be afraid, to fear, to worry, to be concerned, to be in awe. Okay. So here, the one who fears, or another translation is in awe of. Is in awe of maqam. Okay, we have seen this of qama yaqumu, bab zaraba, to get up, to rise, and then we saw different other babs as well. So qawwama yuqawwimu taqwiman, we saw taqwim in 13, and then aqama yuqimu iqamatan, to straighten, to establish. Maqam with a fatha on mim, verbal noun. In that case, it means staying. It also has a meaning of ismul makan. Okay, usage of ismul makan, add the noun of place, physical place, location, seat, rank, position, abode, or dwelling. Okay, and then muqam with a dhamma on mim is ismul makan, meaning place, abode, and position. So there is an overlap between the two nouns in this case. Here we have the maqam with a fatha on mim. So the typical translation that we have seen is standing. He fears is in awe of the standing, okay, of his Rabb, his Lord. Okay, position of his Lord, sorry, standing before. So before is implied here, before his Lord. He fears standing before his Lord. Okay, or is in awe of standing before his Lord. So the one who fears standing before his Lord, and wanahan nafsa anil hawa. So naha, noon ha waw, also noon ha ya. Both roots are there. So naha yanha or naha yanhu. To forbid, to prohibit, to restrain. Okay, to restrain. Okay, and restrains or restrained actually. An-nafs. Okay. Here, the literal translation is the soul. Okay. Some people have interpreted this as himself. He have restrained himself. Anil hawa. Okay. So hawa yahwi, to drop, to fall, to sink, and then hawa or hawan is plural ahwa, whim, desire, personal prejudice, personal opinion, unfounded conviction. Okay. So he restrained the soul or himself from al-hawa, the desire. Okay. So the one who feared standing in front of his Lord and restrained himself from the desire. Okay. What is the verdict about them? Ayah number 41. فَإِنَّ الْجَنَّةَ هِيَ الْمَأْوَى. So fa and then inna. So fa we know is a waqi'atu fi jawabi imma. Sorry, amma. Why keep making the same mistake? Amma. And then inna we know is harfu tawkidin wa nasbin. Al jannata is ismu inna. Here is damir al fasl. And al ma'wa is khabar inna marfu'un with damatul muqaddara. Because again this is a maqsoor noun. Okay. Indeed, the paradise will be the refuge. Will be the refuge. Okay. Indeed, paradise will be the refuge. Moving on to the next ayah. Ayah number 42. Yas'alunaka 'anis sa'ati ayyana mursaha. Okay. يسألونك. So you have يسألونك مضارع مرفوع. واو is the ضمير متصل في محل رفع فاعل. And then ka is مفعول به. عن is حرف جر. الساعة اسم مجرور. Okay. And then أيانا is actually ظرف زمان. ظرف زمان في محل نصب. Okay. And then the explanation that's given for this is that it actually contains متضمن معنى استفهام. It contains the meaning of istifham. Okay. B, mata, meaning when. Okay. And then also, this is متعلق ب محذوف خبر مقدم, because مبتدا is coming later, inshallah. Okay. And then mursaha, we have mursa and then ha. So mursa is mubtada muakhar. مؤخر. And it is مرفوع بالضمة المقدرة, because again this is a مقصورة noun وهو مضاف, and ha is مضاف إليه. Okay. So in order to understand it in kind of a more natural state of the sentence, you can say mursaha ayyana. When its time is when. Its time is when, but of course, in the case of question, when you ask a question, we normally change the sequence of the words. So when is its time? So ayyana, that's where the ayyana has basically the meaning of a question, and that's where it comes first. But in that case, it takes the position of a actually, from Nur Yaqeen's point of view, and the way we have done it, mostly we have said it is a khabar muqaddam, but we know that many of the dictionaries actually say the jar majroor or the zarf themselves is not a khabar, it is muta'alliq, a khabar which is mahzoof. So that's the explanation that I have given in this case. Okay. Let me do the quick meaning and then we'll come to the questions, inshallah. Yas'alunaka, so sa'ala yas'alu, su'alan, to ask. Okay, and then tasa'ala yatasa'alu, form 6, to ask one another, because the group action. And then sa'il is a ismul fa'il, one who asks. So this is the yas'alunaka is a, yas'alun is a sulasi mujarrad. Okay, they ask you. They ask you. So in this case, you being pointing to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Anis sa'a, about the sa'a. So sa'a, seen waw ain, ajwaf wawi, yasu'u saw'an, to leave the camels to themselves without a pasture. Seems like a completely unrelated meaning in the Sulasi Mujarrad. The noun in this family, sa'atun, meaning time or portion of time or point in time. And as-sa'a, with the definite article, has come to mean the hour of resurrection. Okay. About the hour. meaning hour of resurrection, hour of being raised up. Ayyana mursaha. Okay, so what is ayyana? The root is hamza ya noon. So it is a mahmuzul fa and ajwaf ya'i fail. Ana ya'inu aynan. Okay, to be fatigued, to be tired. Al-an is one of the nouns, or in this case zarf, which is in this family. It's a combination of al, the definite article, plus ana, and means now or the present time. You've seen it many times in Medina books. And then ayyana, the ism zaman lil mustaqbil, means when. Okay, when. Okay, when mursaha. So we saw mursaha, the root before. Let's see if we can navigate to it quickly. Right here. So rasa, ra, sin, wow, yarsu, to become stable, steady, steadfast. And then mursan, verbal noun, coming to rest. Also ismu zaman wal makan, the due time. Due time for something, and that is what is meant here. Okay. When is its, so a few translations is, when is its arrival, or is its due time? Due time or appointed time? Appointed time. Okay. They ask you about the hour. When is its appointed time? When is it its appointed time? Okay. But Nisar, please go ahead.
Sorry, Brother Zaid, I think I forgot about al-ma'awa. So what's the root word for that?
Sure.
For the last, yeah.
77. It was just covered a few ayahs ago, so I didn't put the label. Maybe I should have. Yeah. So it is 77 is awa, hamza, waw, ya, ya'wi, and then masdar being iwa'an or uwiyan, to seek refuge, to seek shelter. And then form 4 is awa, yuwi, iwa'an, to shelter someone, to protect someone, so causative meaning. And then ma'wa is ismul makan, place of retreat, destination, or dwelling.
Jazakallah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We move on to the next ayah number 43. Interesting ayah, actually. Will require a little bit explanation here as we analyze it. Fima anta min zikraha. Remember the question that was asked in the previous ayah? Or not the question, but the statement was, Yas'alunaka anis sa'ati. They ask you about the hour. And what do they ask? Ayyana mursaha. When is its appointed time? Okay. So one expects kind of an answer for that. And essentially that is the answer, but we have to understand what that answer is. Fima anta min zikraha. Let's do the analysis first, inshallah. So fima, so fi and ma. Okay. Now we know that when the ma al-istifhamiyya is preceded with the harf jar, the alif for that ma is dropped. So that is what tells us this is a ma al-istifhamiyya, this is ismul istifham. First of all, fi is harf jar, ma is ism majroor, but it actually is ismul istifham. Ismu istifham. Okay. And then together, this jar wa majroor, they are shibu jumla. khabar muqaddam. Okay. And then anta is mubtada muakhar, and then min zikraha, min is harfu jar, zikra and ha is a majroor wa huwa mudaf, and ha is mudaf ilayhi. Okay, so that is a simple explanation. Okay, so let's first use this use this analysis to translate it, and then there's an alternate explanation that's given by scholars as well, which we will try to cover as well. So FEMA, so in what, and then there is a implication here, in what position? Okay, anta, are you? In what position are you? Okay. Min zikraha, okay, of or about zikraha, its mention. By the way, this ha that you see in zikraha, as you say, it is a feminine. It goes to sa'a again, because the question was being asked about sa'a, ayana mursaha, when is its appointed time? So this ha goes back to sa'a. So in what position are you, meaning the Prophet, of mentioning it? Meaning you don't know, essentially. You don't know, so how can you mention it? So it kind of nullifies the question. The question is being asked from the Prophet, but the Prophet has no knowledge of it. He's not in any position to actually answer that question. So it basically is completely invalidating the question, that the question cannot be asked of the person who doesn't know. So that's one explanation. Another explanation that's given for this is that it says FEMA, and then they say something is mahzuf, which is FEMA hazas su'alu. Okay, so hazas su'alu is mahzuf, and then it says anta min zikraha. Anta very interesting. Anta min zikraha. Okay. So again, you can analyze this similarly, that FEMA is jar wa majroor, where ma is a ismu istifham, and this is still shibu jumla. Okay, and khabar muqaddam. Haza in this case is mubtada muakhar, and as-su'al in this case is a badal for haza, and that is the first sentence. FEMA haza su'al. Okay. So in this case, the translation for this will be, in what, again, position is this question, meaning the question that was asked previously, Ayana Mursaha, that question is being referred to. In what position is this question? So the question itself is being questioned essentially. Okay. And then anta, sorry, I forgot something. Anta, not anta zikraha, anta min zikraha. Anta, right color. Anta min zikraha. The analysis here is that anta is mubtada. Okay, we know anta is a damir munfasil, mabni ala fatha, fi mahalli raf'in mubtada. Min is harfu jar. Zikra is ism majroor, wa mudaf, and then ha is mudaf ilayhi. And then this jar wa majroor, okay, is a khabar for anta. Okay. So, and then, so let's look at the meaning and then we'll come back and add some more to the analysis. You, meaning the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, you are min, among, okay, its reminder. Or sign. Okay. So it's a very interesting way to answer the question. Fima has a su'al. In what position is this question? Anta min zikraha. You are among its sign. Okay. You are one of the signs of the sa'a, of the end of time. Okay. And we know that one of the signs that the end is coming is the prophethood of our beloved prophet, that he had to come and he did come. So his coming is actually a sign of the end of time. So that is how some scholars have actually analyzed this one. So first one was Fima anta min zikraha. In what position are you to mention it, meaning mention the time of the hour. And the second one is that Fima goes with Haza Su'al, meaning in what position is this question. And then Anta min zikraha is now combined, where you are among its signs, meaning you are a sign of the Sa'a. So this thought it was interesting. And then the additional analysis that I was mentioning was that this anta min zikraha, in this case, they say this jumla, okay, is la mahalla laha min al-i'rab, ta'lil lil-inkar. And what that means is the first jumla itself, okay, this jumla was actually to deny inkar li su'alihim. This jumla was to deny their question, and then so this denial, fima has a su'al, is then further justified with the subsequent jumla, which is anta min zikraha. So that anta min zikraha jumla becomes ta'liliya la mahalla min al-i'rab for the first jumla. So I thought I should share with you. Any question or before I move on?
Brother, this zikra is mahallan majroor? How it is?
Yeah, it is. So it is maqsura. That's why you see that it's a kasra muqaddara.
Okay, jazakallah.
Yeah. Okay. See, if you were to write zikra without the ha, then it would be basically, you would write like this. Okay. But again, as soon as you put the ha next to it, then this changes to an alif, becomes zikraha. It's more of a writing rule because the sound is still the same. Okay. Okay. Fima anta min zikraha. Ila rabbika muntahaha. Ila rabbika muntahaha. Ila harfu jar. Rabbi ka. Rabbi is ism majroor wa huwa mudaf and ka is mudaf ilayhi. Okay. Again, this jar wa majroor is shibha jumla. Coming as khabar, muqaddam, and muntaha, ha. You have mubtada, muakhar, marfu'un, again with the madal muqaddara, because this is also maqsura noun, and then ha is mudaf ilayhi. Okay. So to your Lord, muntaha. Okay. So again, same root, naha yanha, which we saw before, wa nahan nafsa anil hawa. And then form it is intaha yantahi, intiha'an. And its ismul makan wa zaman is muntaha, which is the same version as ism maf'ul. Place or time of ending, limit or term. Okay. So to your Lord, okay, is its limit or finality. That's another translation that I have seen. To your Lord is its finality. Okay. Again, this ha goes back to a sa'a, which is feminine. Innama anta munziru man yakhshaha. Ayah number 45. Okay. So innama, we know it's kafa wa makfufa. Kafa wa makfufa. Anta is mubtada. Munziru, khabar. Wahuwa mudaf. May is mausula. Here coming as mudaf ilayhi. And then yakhshaha. Yakhsha is fi'al mudari. Marfu. Fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu huwa, which is also the ayat going back to man. And then ha is maf'ulun bihi. And yakhsha is also silatul mawsul. Okay. Translation. Innama, only, anta, you, munziru. So nazara yanzuru or yanziru. Okay. To dedicate to vow, to make a solemn pledge. Also nazira yanzaru, to have been warned. Okay, that's the meaning that's relevant for us. Andara yunziru inzaran. Okay, form 4, to give warning, to warn someone, to declare or to preach. And then munzirun is ismul fa'il for andara yunziru, somebody who's a warner, also used as a noun in the sense of warning. Okay, so here it is warner. Okay, you're only a warner. You're only a warner. I shouldn't say a. No, because that will make it indefinite. I think it should be you're only the warner of the one who yakhshaha. Khashya yakhsha. Okay, khashya yakhsha, I think we saw that before, which means to fear. Fears it. Again, notice ha is feminine, goes back to sa'a. The one who fears, that sa'a, fears it. Okay, so again goes back to explaining the fima anta min dhikraha, that in what position are you to mention it, and then innama anta mundir min yakhshaha is related with that in the sense that you are only the warner of the one who fears it, meaning you are supposed to just warn about it, even though you don't know exactly what the timing for that is. Okay?
Brother, this
Go ahead, brother.
munzirun, ismul fa'il, it has a tanween, but here it's a single dhamma. So what's the reason of single dhamma?
Oh, that's why I said man al mawsula is a mudaf ilayhi. That means the munziru is mudaf. So munziru man. Munziru man, the warner of the one who.
Okay, jazakallah khair.
Yeah. Let me just quickly confirm that part. Correct. Yeah. So man al mawsula is the mudaf ilayhi, and munziru is mudaf. Okay. So moving on, inshallah, to the last ayah. Ka'annahum yawma yarawnaha lam yalbathu illa ashiyatan aw duhaha. Ka'annahum. So ka'anna and then hum. So ka'anna is harfu tashbih. Okay, harfu tashbih wa nasbin. Ka'anna is actually a min akhwati inna. It sounds like kana, but actually it is among the family of inna, because it makes its subject mansub. So hum is actually ismu ka'anna. Ismu ka'anna fi mahalli nasbin. Ka'annahum yawma. So yawma here is zarf zaman, and it is mansub. Sorry, mansub. Yarawnaha. Okay, yarawna is mudare marfu. Waw is damir muttasil fi mahalli raf'in fa'il. Ha is maf'ulun bihi. Maf'ulun bihi. And because yawma is a zarf, what comes after that, which is this jumla, okay, this jumla is fi mahalli kasrin mudaf ilayhi, because it's coming after the zarf. Lam yalbasu. Okay, a lot going on here. So harfu nafi wa jazmin wa qalbin. Yalbasu mudare majzoom. Wow is mudare majzoom, and then wow is damir muttasil fi mahalli raf'in fa'il. Okay, and this jumla, okay, this jumla fi'liya, is fi mahalli raf'in khabar ka anna. We know that ismu inna and khabar inna, ismu inna is mansoob and khabar inna is marfu. So ka'anna being a sister of inna has the same effect. All right, moving on, inshallah. Illa, we know as harfu istisna, harfu istisna, particle of exception. And then ashiyatan, again zarf zaman, mansubun, aw, or, this is harfu atf. And then duhaha, duha, ha. So duha is actually mansoob, and it is ma'atufun ala ashiyatan. Wa huwa mudaf, and ha is mudaf ilayhi. Is mudaf ilayhi. Okay. All right, let's look at the meaning, inshallah. Ka'annahum. Okay. So ka'anna, harfu tashbih, the typical translation, it looks as if, or it will be as if. Okay. It will be as if. It will be as if, and then hum, they, as if they, yawma, on the day, yarawnaha, on the day of they seeing it. Okay. On the day of they seeing it, and I'm not trying to translate as a perfect English. I'm just trying to try to go close to the Arabic way of looking at things. And the reason I said of seeing it is because remember yawma yarawnaha, yawma is mudaf or acts like a mudaf, and yarawnaha is mudaf ilayhi. So there is a relationship of there is the idafa relationship, or as we say in English, there is a possession relationship. The day of they seeing it. What is this it? Ha, again sa'a. So this is all going back to yasalunaka anis sa'a. So this is, it will be as if they, on the day of they seeing it. Okay, what will happen to them? Lam yalbasu illa ashiyatan aw duhaha. Okay, lam, not, yalbasu. Okay, so labitha yalbasu, to remain, abide, to keep doing something. Okay, and then labith is the ismul fa'il, plural being labithun, the one who remains in a place. Okay, lam yalbasu, not, they remained. Okay, illa, except, ashiyatan. Okay, so ashiya, ya'asha, asha, ain, sheen, waw, ya'ashu, also ain, sheen, ya, both spellings exist. to be dim-sighted, to be night blind, to eat in the evening meal. And then ashiyatan means an evening, except an evening, except for an evening, or duhaha. Okay, duha we said we have seen it before. Basically, the morning sun or morning light. Okay, duha, mid-morning sunlight or daylight. Okay, or its morning or forenoon. Okay, this ha in duhaha goes back to ashiyatan. Ashiyatan being feminine, okay, for an evening or its morning. Okay. So again, this kind of brings all of it together, that they are asking about the sa'a, when is it coming? And according to one explanation, this use of the word ayyana, you see that it kind of is an elongated form. I mean, they could have said mata mursaha, okay, but mata isn't as long as saying ayyana mursaha. So ayyana is kind of as if implying that it is so far and you are so worried about it. So the appointed time for it, even if it is there, it's so far, and you are like and you keep reminding us of on that about that. And then the response in the last ayah is lam yalbasu illa ashiyatan aw duhaha. Okay, that when they see it, they will be as if they remained in this life, meaning over here, for an evening or a forenoon, meaning for a very short time. Kind of just responds back to saying that it's very near. It's not very far. It's very near, and you will not have too much. I mean, however long you live here, it will not feel like a long time. That's one thing. The other thing is the use of the fail labisa yalbasu. If you remember, I think it was the Surah Kahf analysis that we were doing in the initial few ayat. Makithina fiha abada, makatha yamkusu, and labisa yalbasu, also sakana yaskunu. All of them have a meaning of to stay, to live. The unique thing about makatha is to stay or remain someplace in anticipation of something. Okay, that's why when it comes to the people of Jannah, the verb which is used is makatha, that they will be living in it with anticipation of something, because they're always waiting for something better and more exciting to come. Okay, in other words, they'll never be boring. They'll never there'll always be a wait for something better than or more interesting, I should say. I shouldn't say better, but even more interesting. On the other hand, labisa yalbasu is just staying, remaining. That's it. I mean, it has no implication or no implied meaning of anticipation. So when they look back at their life, it is just living, staying without any purpose, essentially. Okay, so that's another thing I just wanted to bring up. I see Brother Junaid has raised hand. Please go ahead, Brother Junaid. Thanks for being patient with me.
Yes, lam yalbathu, you said like the whole, both words, they make the jumla failure, or is it just yalbathu that makes jumla failure?
No, lam yalbasu, because lam is part of that jumla failure.
So jumla failure can start with out the verb as well.
Oh, good question. So typically, when we look at the beginning marker of a sentence, we ignore the huruf, okay? Because there's there's either a jumla failure or a jumla ismiya. There is no jumla harfiya. Okay, so huruf are basically ignored, and then we look at the first occurrence of either the ism or the fail in order to establish whether the jumla is actually failure or ismiya. But then, because the harf is still important part of the sentence, even though it doesn't play any role in the identification of the type of the sentence, but it still is part of the sentence. So,
okay, inshallah, thank you.
exactly. Any other question? Okay, so that concludes Surah Naziat. We have one more surah left now, inshallah, Surah Naba'a, Surah number 78. Given that we are just a few minutes away from the end.
Brother, I have a question. This illa, which type of this istisna?
When you said which type of oh, you mean the munqati and all that?
Yeah.
Very good question. I did not put any notes on that, so I will have to check back to see if there is something that any of the dictionary mentioned about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Typically, for me, those detailed types of istisna are. I mean, you can understand the sentence even going too much into detail. At least at a high level, you can understand. Yes, I mean, you can get into a lot more details about the different types of istisna and what the implications of the meanings are. In some cases, they can actually be implications also. But in most cases, a simpler understanding of the fact that illa means except or is a harf istisna, without going into the detail, itself gives you a pretty good understanding of what the sentence is.